those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone, from Mulligan's, 310 West. All right, there we go. 310 West Hildreth Avenue here at Mulligan's. And for those of you on YouTube, thanks to Johnny Z, his wife Bonnie, and a team of artistes here at the Jersey Shore, Dan and I are just modeling now the, had it on backwards, that's better this way, the new Mulligan's t-shirt, just debuting today, our summer White House, with the Mulligan's logo in front of the White House, the guy on a surfboard. No, it's not Joe Biden, it's some caricature. Well, Joe Biden is a caricature, so maybe the second version of this might have the Bidens on a surfboard leaving, even though I'm still in the camp that says no. That's not going to happen, even though there are all kinds of stories out there today telling us that Biden's talking to allies about, maybe I ought to leave. Is that really a ploy to gain sympathy? Is it really what he's thinking? But Jim cut 6, this yesterday from the news conference, KJP, the French woman, confirming Hunter Biden. Just picture you're in corporate America, and somebody like Hunter Biden is sent in to scrutinize you. Is there never a new low with this guy, with Hunter Biden? He is the face of privilege. He's walking privilege. He is in the meetings scrutinizing what the advisors are coming up with, and then making decisions on whether he likes that or not, as far as how to proceed. What's been his background to being a lofty level? Well, just think about it. He's still alive. He's gotten through everything imaginable, so he's a survivor, I guess. He learned a lot with crackheads and hookers and other degenerates and other members of the Biden family. Imagine, this is your conduit. Biden says he's the smartest man he knows. How would you like to see some kind of Jeopardy game with Hunter Biden? What categories? You can hit me on Twitter at DomShow1210. What should be the Hunter Biden categories on Twitter, on the Jeopardy? All right, here's a little bit of that explanation why Hunter Biden is in these meetings.
Why is the president's son involved?
So a couple of things I saw that reporting as I was coming out, so a couple of things there. Look, the president, as you know, is very close to his family. This is a holiday week, 4th of July. He spent time with his family, as you all know, and reported at Camp David. Hunter came back with him and walked with him into that meeting, that speech prep, and he ended up spending time with his dad and his family that night. That is basically what happened. It is a week where there's going to be more family members who are going to come to the White House. I'm sure you'll see some of them on 4th of July. Many more are expected to be here.
Being in the White House. The question, though, would be, is he participating in meetings with senior advisors?
What I can say is that he came back with his dad from Camp David. He walked him into the speech prep, and he was in the room. That I can tell you, he was in the room.
All right, there you go. Hunter Biden in the room. In what condition? And have we found who that cocaine belongs to yet? No. All right, so we got a lot of people stopping by. Still have room for you, though, as people come in here to Mulligan's, the Summer White House, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. That's where you find us, right in the heart of Wildwood. We'll bring you some stuff from the shore. We have our Patriot of the Year, Robin Schaefer, who parachuted yesterday, sent me something for the, they're not fooling around, these guys. If Governor Murphy thinks he's putting those towers in there, these guys are parachuting. He parachuted as a stunt to publicize that we're going to start somewhere over Ocean City, I believe.
Why did you not go?
Well, that's right. I was certified by Ripcord, so I wouldn't need any more lessons to jump out of a plane. I got to think of what I would jump out of the plane for. So he'll be here, and Jeff Van Drew, if you want to meet the congressman, great guy, will be here at 1:30, and we'll have everything in the news with him, and we'll have a little scotch contest. Can we identify the scotch of the day with Johnny Z? We have the candidate for the Senate, Curtis Bashaw, Republican side. He's here at 1 o'clock. He's got a real shot this year. And Squatch, the new Wildwood mascot, sort of. We don't know if they disavow him. It's kind of a rogue mascot. He is going to be here, and his handler will take all of your questions. We have a ton of them about this new development. I don't know if Ocean City has a mascot or not, but the Wildwoods do. Now, in the big picture out there, Jake Tapper, of all people, led his show yesterday, citing George Orwell and saying the Democratic Party is very reminiscent of 1984. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. It's one of my favorites. The movie's not so good with Richard Burton as the torturer, but the book, all time, this is the Democrat Party. Don't look at your eyes. Don't look at what we're seeing with Biden. But my take on it, you have some Republicans today saying we ought to push for the 25th Amendment. No. We want Biden to stay there. They're killing each other internally. I want Biden to be the candidate. I don't believe you can come back from that debate. There is no way. Not that I'm afraid of Kamala Harris, who looks like they, as I predicted, would be their candidate. They're not going to let Newsom or Josh Shapiro jump. Can you imagine Kamala Harris would tell him, hey, Josh Shapiro is going to be our nominee, not you. You know, that talk to say, getting her ready for that. And Dan, you know, she's going to say, oh, I'm on the Supreme Court. That'll be good. There's no way any of that's happening. So it looks like Kamala Harris would be the person that would be tagged in. And Republicans running commercials, all they'd have to do is play the cackle for a minute straight would be the best way to go, as opposed to anything of substance.
It is very evil sounding. It's like a Disney villain.
The Venn diagram and the cackle. And I would just show the footage of her with Montel Williams. Mm-hmm. Montel showing her off for no apparent reason as she made her way to the top. Willie Brown was after that, but it was Montel Williams. By the way, we all know I was on the Montel Williams show.
Yeah, how'd that go?
It went very well. I made a guess. The other guest walked out during the debate. So it went pretty well. All right, so no, stop this 25th Amendment talk. Let's not go with that. That's not the way to go. And Stormy Daniels now is being redeployed. Mm-hmm. She was on with Rachel Maddow last night. Listen to this conversation. Rachel Maddow did not know why an adult film company would sponsor a hole at a golf tournament.
A what?
A hole at a golf tournament. Not a hole in one, but a hole at a golf tournament. Yes, here in the peanut gallery here in Mulligans, they're getting what Rachel Maddow did not. Here is Stormy Daniels being redeployed to say, imagine what he would do to me in a second Trump administration. So we're supposed to vote because we have sympathy for Stormy Daniels.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
That makes sense. Yep. That's the vote we're looking for. Here is Stormy explaining to Rachel Maddow why on certain golf tournaments, adult film stars are on a hole.
Can I just stop there for a second? This is a really stupid question, and I'm sorry. Yeah, why does an adult film company sponsor a hole at a golf tournament? Is it because it's funny because of the word hole?
You're ruining one of my stand-up jokes, Rachel.
Oh, no. I mean, here's me, total prude, unable to talk about this, that I was getting, they've sponsored a hole, and I had to keep saying it over and over again. It almost killed me. Yeah. That's why it's funny?
I think it is. Now that you've ruined my comedy acts, I can say it's basically like, so they brought myself and some of the other stars, they brought their own holes to the hole, so it's like bringing sand to the beach. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Here all week. Try the veal.
All right. Thank you, Rachel Maddow. But Stormy Daniels suddenly is out there doing exclusive interviews. Why? They're trying to deflect. They're trying to do whatever they can. Now, George Stephanopoulos on Friday is interviewing President Trump. Stephanopoulos is the tag-in guy when you want to pump somebody up. Or Dan the conspirator might say, no, Stephanopoulos is being tagged in to take out Joe Biden. In other words, he's going to nail him. So you may want to call throughout the show. I put it up on Twitter. The favorite seems to be an ice cream question. What are some of the softballs Stephanopoulos will throw? Like, what is really your favorite ice cream? What were you thinking at the end? Can you finish that sentence since you didn't finish it there?
What brand spray tan did you use last week?
How bad is Donald Trump really? What was it like being on a stage with a guy who wouldn't even look like you? Okay?
How great of a wife is Jill?
That's right. What is Jill's favorite
You know
color?
Jill's writing all the questions.
You know, I hear that Hunter is in the meetings now. You say he's the smartest guy ever. Tell us why, Mr. President. All right, so it's going to be heavily edited. Is Stephanopoulos being sent in to take him out or to pump him up? And it's impossible to pump him up. I mean, you're going to look incredibly silly if you try to do that. And he can't get through any kind of questioning. So it's going to be a very interesting interview to see. All right, let me give you the side question today. We played the voice, and I'll play it in a minute, of Debbie Wasserman Schultz the other day, who surfaced, talking about only the elites are the ones that are against President Biden here, not the average people. They don't care with what they saw the other night.
Yep.
And we heard the voice, and we thought of Debbie Wasserman Schultz. It is beyond grading. So hit us with somebody you could not stand being trapped in an elevator with, or somehow or another a social gathering, or at home for any length of time. Hit us with that, and you do that by getting in at 855-839-1210. I'm not saying this politically, but I'm going to take off the board Dr. Jill Biden. The voice, that kind of presentation to pre-K, the screechiness of it, the screaming, the more Joe goes down. I'm going to take Dr. Jill Biden.
Like an episode of Sesame Street with her every
yes.
time. How about yesterday we got a call. Someone said Keith Olbermann. Great answer.
Absolutely a good one.
And Joy Behar would be my personal answer.
Okay.
And how about let's take the political answer of Hillary Clinton off the board as well, Dom.
All right. So we very misogynistic here.
Well, keep the guy. Come on.
I mean, it's the truth.
Yeah.
All right. Hit us with yours. Your name will go into the hat. Here at Mulligan's, that's Street 10 West Hildreth Avenue. Wildwood, you can see, is starting to mass for July 4th. This is always a great spot. We'll have Jeff Van Drew here. We have our Patriot of the Year. We have great food with Johnny, and it's just a great spot. You can see the summer White House shirts, too, are a collector's item. 310 West Hildreth Avenue, right in the heart of Wildwood. Love to have you stop by if we haven't met. Some of the regulars here, too. We have people that call in frequently. Of course, the Earl of Tacony. But I've met Drew of Upper Darby, Dave of Somerset, and Rich of Westchester. All have called in. They're all here together. I mean, this is a bonding experience second to nothing like it in talk radio. So if you want to come by, say hello, have a couple drinks right after work, if you're getting off at noon today, something like that, jump in at 855-839-1210, too. We'll take your calls. Our eye is on the big picture, though. Does anything more happen today? Biden's not going to drop out before this interview. That's going to happen. They're going to see how that plays out. By next week, could he? Potentially. I still think they stick in. And I think it really sticks in their craw that it would be Kamala Harris, given the obvious bad blood between Kamala Harris and Dr. Jill Biden. She's the one that said, yeah, Biden was always with segregationists, which he was. All right, so 855-839-1210. You get in on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Colonel Tom Mannion. Travis had an opportunity to get into the Naval Academy. While he was there, 9/11 happened. He and all his classmates, they were inspired to go defend our freedom. 2007, we lost him. He was caught in an enemy ambush with he and his Marines. He was credited with saving the entire patrol.
Colonel Tom Mannion, thank you so much for everything you have done, for everything you continue to do.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient, too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at BradfordWhite.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Dom time on the road at the Summer White House, 310 West Hildreth Avenue, the best place to be if you're coming anywhere at the Jersey Shore. Mulligan Shore Bar, great food, great drink. And, of course, a lot of listeners here. You'll really enjoy your time. All right, I didn't know this until I saw it late last night. But in town this week are 7,000 of the nation's finest NEA delegates, National Education Association, led by the Pringle. That's Betsy Pringle. Is in town. Now, you would think, what would you think the agenda would be at the NEA convention? You would think, here in Philadelphia, over July 4th, they would be talking about COVID, post-COVID, what do we do to get these kids back on track? Oh, no. They have 18 business items that are about sticking it to Israel. So today in downtown Philadelphia at around 4:30, you're going to see protesters on both sides, those that support Israel, Jewish educators, some of them, and then the rabble on the other side. They're debating about National Hijab Day. Now, I don't celebrate National Hijab Day. In America, if you want to do that, that's fine, but I find it to be, diminishing to women. And I'm sticking by that. And in America, I have a right to say that. They're talking about, at the NEA today, the head was asked, well, what's on the mind of teachers? And she said, what's on their mind? The Pringle, Becky Pringle, saying that, wait a minute, I can't teach about slavery? What kind of crazy world is this? Can I teach about Harriet Tubman? Then she was asked, what is the theme of this convention? It's to promote public education as a common good, as the foundation of our democracy. Well, I reject that, Becky Pringle.
Let's go with the Pringle lady.
The Pringle lady,
Yeah.
I reject that. It is not anymore. They're not the foundation of anything. She says we have legislation across the country, a deliberate effort to dismantle public schools. A democratic society is based on that. If we don't have an educated citizenry that can use critical thinking skills, you're not going to have democracy. So the Inquirer asked her this question, and this is Rosefield. I'm curious what you think about the science of reading movement and the calls for schools to adopt a more structured literacy approach. Now, science, that's where we are right now. We know how to teach reading. Think phonics. They don't like it. Think structure, the science of it. They don't want to do that because it interferes with their ideology. Pringle says, unless and until educators are at the core of my conversation about what happens in reading or science or math, the educators have to be given the resources. The educators in schools have to have funding to implement anything they do with fidelity. There's no answer there. The Inquirer says NEA members will be voting this week on calls for the union to align with the boycott, divest, and sanctions movement. That's the movement that wants to attack Israel. She said that, Pringle said, our board of directors came together. We're on record calling for a ceasefire, the return of all hostages. We talk about the need of working toward the future where both Palestinians and Israelis have a homeland. We call for addressing the rise in Islamophobia and the continuous learning of people ourselves. Now, the Inquirer doesn't challenge any of this, and I have the questions they're going to be asking. So I guess the question more broadly is, I don't think people have resentment to most of their kids' teachers, to the average teacher. It's outfits like this that are in town. Instead of focusing in on advancing learning, they're here in Philadelphia over July 4th, attacking Israel. 18 different motions they have that would say Israel's wrong, we shouldn't be funding them, let's divest. Now that has been viewed by many as anti-Semitism. I believe it is too, this divestment in Israel. That's exactly what it is. And Dan made the point yesterday, Josh Shapiro has been talked about as a potential, if Biden drops out, to be the nominee. But immediately, Dan, I think you're right, he would be outside the party. They're not going to go for that. He's Jewish. Yep. They're not going to go for a guy who supports Israel and isn't that mean. And guess what, Josh Shapiro? You deserve it. You deserve it because you're getting to come around to what this identity politics in this party is about. As a white guy who happens to be Jewish and supports Israel, join the club with the attacks on most white males. And you are a fundamental member of this party. So Newsom, the same thing. They're not going to go with you. They're telling you they're going to go with a loser, Kamala Harris, if Biden drops out. All righty, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless just push pound 1210. This is cut 10, Jim. One more thing before we get to Robin Schaefer, our local Patriot of the Year today, being honored here at Mulligan's Tavern, 310 West Hildreth Avenue, right in the heart of Wildwood. Wesley Hunt, who's been a great guest on our show, the Congressman. I'm going to play you what he told Sage Steele. She's the former ESPN woman who left because she's a bit of a conservative. She now works with Bill Maher, does a podcast through Bill Maher Enterprises. Here is Wesley Hunt talking about what Trump, and I wish Trump would bring this up during the debate, if there is another one with Biden, where Biden talked about withdrawing from Afghanistan, which wasn't easy. Trump got the Taliban in a room with Mike Pompeo, one translator, and told them, we're going to withdraw. If you harm Americans, I will kill you. And then listen to what Wesley Hunt says he dropped in front of the Taliban leader to back up that threat. Here's Congressman Wesley Hunt.
I'm gonna give you my favorite President Trump story. This is my number one favorite of all time. When we were negotiating with the Taliban, while President Trump was still the president, President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal, meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we will start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules. It's President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they are talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump looked at the Taliban leader and said this: I want to leave Afghanistan, but it's going to be a conditions-based withdrawal. And translator translated. And he said, if you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you. And the translator goes, and Trump goes, tell him.
Yes.
Tell him what I said. Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room.
Sure did.
Do you know for 18 months not a single American was killed in Afghanistan?
Sure did.
That's the definition of strength. That's what I'm talking about. And so you could imagine that kind of sentiment being around the world. If we have an embassy in another country, no one's going to touch it because they're going to be fearful that they'll get a Moab on their head. That's how President Trump rolls.
That is pretty dramatic. Now, I hope that comes up during a debate. The Biden approach, no one died, by the way, he says, in Afghanistan, just the idiocy. And Trump knowing exactly what to do. Well, they don't care if they die. They do care if they die. They do care if it's going to be. They want others to die and not care. The leadership of the Taliban and these other guys, they all want to live. They're in nice houses usually. I'm going to drop it right on your house. There will be nothing left. And giving a satellite photo of his house. And there were not, to the best of our knowledge, any Americans killed during that part of the withdrawal. Now, that's much different than the Biden approach. But here's the question today. Do you get it? Do you get the winning strategy? I don't want Biden. Every day that Biden's in there, there's more chaos. Yeah, I know we're supposed to say, well, Dom, if you care about the country, though, Biden can't be running the country. He's got other people that have been running it anyhow. Edith Wilson has been running it. Hunter Biden's probably the Secretary of Coke and Defense. The sister's probably got a role in there. Come on. So I'm all of a sudden supposed to care about the country to get Biden out. I want him there. He can't go back from that debate, and he can't get around this idea that he had been traveling overseas. He was back 12 days before the debate. That's more than enough time to recover from jet lag and everything else. It's ridiculous. All right, side question today. You're in a room, an elevator, you're trapped. Who is it you don't want to be in that room with all time? Now, we did say a number of women. Hit us with that. We're looking for some men. Any good ones on Twitter so far, Dan, that you happen to see?
We got Mike Lindell, actually, from Tomato Fist.
You know what? I agree with that. Dan, if that had called in, because I just want to show I'm nonpartisan on this, I can't stand it. I mean, those slippers.
Would you like to buy a pair of dream slippers, Dom?
Who is it that's buying the Giza
My
sheets
pillow?
And the pillow's good, but those slippers are ghastly. My God, if you come into Mulligan's, they throw you out if you have those Mike Lindell slippers on. Come on.
Got an Xer coming after me for saying that I have a crush on Joy Behar because I bring her up every chance I can, Dom.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
All right.
And Fisherpine writes in Harry Sisson, the troll, the 21-year-old, Gen Z.
Very good one.
Pro-Biden troll.
Yeah, I do like the first one, though. Mike Lindell hectoring, imagine for hours, telling you about the Giza sheets. That would be a winner. So you got to get in early on this. There'll be a lot of good ones. 855-839-1210. Coming up, a couple weeks ago, not even 2 weeks ago, I think, the 21st, just a couple days short of 2 weeks ago, we had Scott Presler here. We honored him as the National Patriot of the Year. Coming up, we have a guy jumping out of a plane yesterday.
Yeah, what's that all about?
We'll find out with Robin Schaefer in order to talk about to protect our coast.
Are you still feeling the adrenaline?
Yes, from that. I chickened out. I'm not jumping out of the plane for them. I'll be an MC, but no plane jumping. Is it true that the Protect Our Beaches and Shore, I'm butchering the name intentionally, are actually having people, Stop Offshore Wind, right. Are they actually having people, paratroopers, jumping out of planes to threaten the offshore wind people to let them know you're not
James Bond.
You're not coming on those beaches. We'll find out what that's about. He is our local Patriot of the Year.
Mission Win Possible.
And a little bit later on, we'll have the Republican candidate for Senate, and particularly if Bobby Menendez is able to hang in, which I hope he does, has a really good chance to be the first Republican senator, I think, since 1976. In addition to that, star of the day, Jeff Van Drew here. We don't think he's going to wear the suit today. There's rumor he'll be wearing flip-flops and shorts.
Wow.
I gotta see that. That's
Impressive.
hard to believe. And Scotch.
Squatch.
That's at 2 o'clock.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
the
two.
Sea Squatch. Yes. The Scotch is at 1:30. I've never, I may have had Scotch once or twice, and our buddy Scott of Mount Laurel is here to do play-by-play commentary on that.
It's a lot of, we got Scotch, and Squatch.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here. All right, here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. Love to see you over here at Mulligan's, though. If you're just getting off from work, hang in here now with us. These are big days, but each day that goes by with Biden still in the White House is a good day. If you missed it yesterday, too, I'm going to play you Jay Town. I asked him, how should Republicans talk about immunity? And he said, when you went to bed on Sunday night into Monday, President of the United States had immunity. We just never emphasized it. When you woke up and saw the Supreme Court decision, he still had immunity. It's always been there. Democrats are not buying that. They're saying that Trump is going to kill people now because of this. And these are the people, the Lincoln Project today, put out this video, Dan, in which they wish prison rape on Steve Bannon. You can take a look at it. Yeah. So,
Wow.
I mean, this is what we've now looked.
Just the imagery of what came to my mind.
Steve Bannon, it's not everybody's cup of tea. I mean, I could get him on if I don't know, from Rikers Island, wherever.
Everybody has a somebody.
But wishing him to be raped in prison as punishment for helping Trump. These are the Republicans, the Lincoln alleged Republicans. All that straight ahead from Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood.
Weather sponsored by Holland Floor Covering.
The pleasant air mass will continue for one more day. Plenty of sunshine today. It'll be hot but still not humid, high 86. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 68. And the humidity increases for Independence Day, partly sunny and hot with a late day shower or storm possible with a high near 90.
Weather sponsored by Holland Floor Covering, the region's premier flooring dealer. Family owned and operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Visit their 2 showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
I am a father.
I am a mentor.
I am a wife. I am an artist.
I am a husband.
I am a friend.
I am a sports fan. I am your neighbor.
I am a member of your church.
I am.
I am. I am.
I am a police officer.
Support your local law enforcement officials. Sponsored by the Pennsylvania Fraternal Order of Police. Visit partnersinpublicsafety.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Broadcasting live from the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Johnny Z's, the Summer White House. Those shirts are beautifully done. Johnny with us. And also our Patriot of the Year local division. Last week it was Scott Presler, a couple weeks ago, the national. Proud to present, Kurt, to Robin Schaefer, 2024 Patriot of the Year. And Robin, I think we've been talking with you since the first Dom Giordano day here at Mulligan's Summer White House. And it made quite an impression on our listeners. You and the forces of these women in Ocean City, the ones I think of most, calling attention to marine life, these whales dying constantly. And then you were brilliant, a tactician, talking about that, but pivoting to what these maniacs wanted to do to destroy why people are just hurting themselves right now here to Wildwood, Ocean City, and all that. The beauty of the shore, the magic of it, the memories that they want to destroy. So, Robin, though, why parachuting yesterday to stop the offshore wind?
Well, Dom, thank you so much for having me back on your show. I love talking with you and Dan, and to be here back at Mulligan's is just such a treat and an honor. We haven't tried parachuting yet. That was a new strategy yesterday. So I brought a
minute. What kind of strategy? What are you doing to these guys?
Well, we parachuted in over Long Beach Island with our big Protect Our Coast flag,
Right.
and took some photos. And the guys at Skydive East Coast really set us up and did a nice job with that. And we need to do, I think, everything and anything. Leave no stone unturned, because the Murphy and the Biden administration keep pushing these projects, these insane, these reckless projects forward. And if in 2 years we're sitting out on the beaches looking at these things and experiencing all the problems that are associated with them, and we haven't done everything that we can, then we're going to really kick ourselves for not doing it.
Is that the first time you parachuted?
It was the third time I've gone, actually.
Now, John, you told us a story out in the park. I don't forget stuff like this. In the parking lot afterward, how you got out into a hurricane and were surfing when you were a kid.
Yep.
How foolish that was and how crazy.
Very.
Have you parachuted?
No,
Thank you.
I
did ripcord at Lumberton when they said, when anyone like to go home, it's getting late in the day. All of us raised our hand, and I'm glad that I did. Did you pull your own chute?
No, not this time. Not this time. It's a free fall descent, and the facility that we were skydiving at has a very small landing area where you're coming across the Garden State Parkway and over some trees. I really was happy to have somebody with me to guide that descent. So,
well, Phil Murphy, take that. We mean business with that. And Robin, thank you very much. You have been an inspiration to us, and people that are nowhere near the Jersey Shore right now are in on this fight, without a doubt. It's one of the biggest linkages we have at the shore. And thanks to you, John, we've been able to bring the Jersey Shore to people here in a fun way at the bar with all the great stuff that's happened. You're all decked out for July 4th here at Mulligan's.
Yes, we are. It's shaping up to be a pretty good looking weekend weather-wise. There's a lot of traffic already coming into town. It's just weird the way that the 4th fell this year.
Right.
It's on a Thursday, so it's people are coming down earlier than normal. But yeah, it's shaping up to look pretty good.
Now, how about the menu? Is there a 4th of July menu? Because I happen to have here Biden inflation, how much it's going to cost for every food item imaginable. We love doing this, of course, for 4th of July and barbecue. Most things are up 3 to 5%, but that's on top of the 30% they're up since he's been in office. You put it to what item shocks you in your kitchen here at Mulligan's that has gone up, say, over the 3 years? It's almost hard to believe.
The biggest one is probably seafood,
right.
Especially crab meat.
Right.
Crab meat just went bonkers
right.
since 2021 or so. $60, $70 a pound for lump crab meat. It's unbelievable. You're starting to see a little bit of stabilization, if not some things coming down, which is a good sign. But you just got to deal with it, and you have to adjust accordingly.
What's on the menu? Is there anything special for July 4th?
I'm not sure what those guys are doing for the 4th. I'm sure that they have something special planned.
Okay. Well, John, thank you again. Thank you and your wife for the T-shirts.
And
whoever
pleasure.
the artist was, this is beautifully done. It's a dream to have this. I mean it literally. It's like the summer White House.
Yep. Jack from the shirt shop in North Wildwood, he was the one that did those shirts. And it's a shame when Scott Pressler was here.
Right. We'll get him one.
As soon as everything broke down, and that's when the shirts showed up.
Are they going to be available at the bar? Do you have enough?
They are.
Okay.
We have them for sale right now.
Okay. Do you have pricing? Anything? Have you priced them?
They're $25 a shirt.
Okay. Yeah.
And you can just say that's.
And mine is a medium. Nice of you to come up. No, these are Stop the Shore here. Dan, what the heck? This might be. I think this is mine. It looks like a medium, doesn't it, Dan? No, maybe not really. Here, the summer White House, John. And I know your wife had a lot to do with it. Beautifully put. I don't know if that looks like the Wildwood mascot or not. Squatch. They'll be here at 2:00 today. Thank you, guys. Thank you, John.
Thanks,
very
Tom.
much.
I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank
All right.
you.
Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Robin, stick around with us here. We got a few listeners that are. Dan's going to get in the crowd here at Mulligan's. Drew of Upper Darby, who's one of the best on the side question. Dave of Somerset, and I think Rich of Westchester, all here. Scott of Mount Laurel. The Earl of Tacony, of course, here. And bunches of others making their way here. There's a good bit of traffic, but get here before 3 o'clock. We'd love to see you. 855-839-1210. You got the side question, too. Don't wait to the 2 o'clock hour. You can enter and get in there today. And that's simply someone you'd hate to be stuck in a room with. The voice, the ideology, the manner, whatever it might be, or an elevator. Coming off Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Jim, here is cut 2. Here is Wasserman Schultz. And Jim, I'm going to stop you a little bit, but can only take about 30 seconds. Here's what she said. It's only the elites that saw what Biden was like. The average person didn't see it, and if they did, they don't think anything of it. He's good for their life. Here's Wasserman Schultz.
This is a conversation, honestly, John, that is taking place among elites.
I just don't
the
think that's true,
that
Congresswoman. I was out there. I mean, anyone who was anywhere
you don't have
this
to think
weekend.
it's true, but I'm telling you that.
But I just think that anyone who was anywhere this weekend talking to anybody, the subject of discussion was the debate and was President Biden's performance. I don't think that discussion is only members of Congress.
Oh, I don't think it's only members of Congress also, but there are certainly a greater breadth of how I would define elites. I mean, my constituents at home, voters across this country, are not going to be focused on what the New York Times or the Atlanta Journal-Constitution
There we
talks
go.
about.
Thank you, Jim. All right, now you got the full flavor of it. You got to see her in person, too. I was on the Lou Dobbs show with her once in the green room there, and it does get to you. We were trapped. We were both going to be on next, so we weren't going anywhere. May have had to go into the bathroom several times there just to avoid her and her aides that were there. She was nice, but it just is imagine it's the elites. All right, coming up, we'll talk with a few of the longtime listeners. You hear their voices with us here at Mulligan's. What are they doing here at Mulligan's, Jersey Shore? We welcome you to come here. And momentarily, too, in the 1 o'clock hour, we'll talk with the Republican in person who's running for the Senate. And thanks to Bobby Menendez, The Democrat advance, and thanks to Trump in the recent polling, Trump is neck and neck with Biden in New Jersey. Robin, I just asked you, though. Now, is there any way that you could see Trump winning New Jersey if Biden's on the ticket?
I think especially if Biden's on the ticket, I see Trump, I see a path for him. And I think a lot of disaffected voters are moving, Democratic voters are moving towards RFK's candidacy, or they're going to stay home. They saw what everybody else saw last Thursday. You can't spin that. That was just atrocious.
Okay. Well, winning Jersey, we'll ask Jeff Andrew. Now, that would be the miracle. I'll settle for Virginia, or I'll settle for New Mexico, one of those states that have been doable.
Well, Reagan won New Jersey, so
yeah,
it's out there, So I think New Jerseyans are sick and tired of the business as usual. The way the Democrats have been running this country by fiat, especially.
All right. We'll talk with a couple of listeners here, and then the candidate for Senate. We'll ask him. You may have not met him. He runs Congress Hall, where I had my first presidential suite over in Cape May. But he's got a real shot, given Trump, given, as Robin said, people in New Jersey are tired. How much more can you take? And in addition to that, there are issues, including Menendez staying in the race, that may break. And if that happens, we're going to win the Senate, too. 855-839-1210.
Join Team Kale and Company once again this year for the Bend to Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 21st. From Philly to Atlantic City, you can do the ride or just donate to support the cause. Visit bendtoshore.org. That's shore.org. Let's show everyone how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. SBBCF provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders and supports the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth. Sponsored by Gelman Law. Need a criminal defense attorney or personal injury? Visit GelmanLawFirm.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6481.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Don Giordano Show. Where else at Mulligan's, the summer White House, with some of our really best caller listeners that people hear all the time. Rich of Westchester's with us. If you're watching on YouTube, he's got the Phillies hat on. And Drew of Upper Darby with the tan shirt. Guys, thanks for coming out to Mulligan's today.
Thank you.
So, Rich, we hear you more over the years. Drew is, in my mind, a little bit more recent, but he is a killer on the side question of the day. So, Drew, tell me, you usually wait to the 2 o'clock hour. How are you figuring out what to say on the side question? And what is your answer to today's the person you can't be trapped in a room with?
Well, I thought about that. I can't be anywhere near Nancy Pelosi, so I don't know if that's been said already.
No, that's not been. Okay. That's always a word.
You know, Don,
why is it all females? I don't want to be the misogynist, but 5 out of 6 that we've identified so far are females.
Just her resentment of former President Trump. She has treated him so unfairly. Just from the day, like they say, when he walked down that escalator, it's like she just hated him, you know, from the beginning, and no one knows why. You know, that's basically why. She's not very friendly to him.
I got to tell you too, you sound very young on the air. Do people tell you that? You have a very young sounding approach. The whole thing you do in the air is very much that way. No?
I appreciate that, Dom.
Yeah.
I never heard that, but I know I know I look a lot older than I am, but.
No, I didn't mean that. But it sounds that way. Now,
No.
Rich of Westchester. Rich, what's your answer today on the side question? Who is it you can't be locked in the room with?
Could you imagine being stuck with John Kerry?
There you
that
go. That is
boring
going to first.
guy with the bolts on his neck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, particularly if you're eating a cheesesteak with a hoagie on it. Exactly. So, guys, how are you seeing it, Drew? You call in, you dabble in politics when you call in, too. Today's big story, obviously, they have this betting market, and it's pretty accurate how people are feeling, where you can bid on who you want to put money down on to be the nominee or the president. Kamala Harris, earlier this morning, has superseded Joe Biden in the betting markets.
Well, Dom, you know, first of all, I would be out on that because you alluded earlier when I called. Dom, I mean this, and I'm not from the, you know, I've never been on a computer in my life. Everything I talk about comes from the heart, and all I do is I just read encyclopedias,
right?
And you know, geography and sports. So when it comes to betting online, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I don't know how.
Rich,
I don't know how.
You that Kamala Harris is rising past Joe Biden at this point.
I'm betting heavy on Kamala, and then I'm going short on the general election.
That's a good bit. I haven't checked FanDuel today on this on the odds. That's the line of the day. That's right. Let's get her in there. So is that indicative? Right, you're right. Is that Democrat money, or is that Trump money trying to conspiracy get Kamala Harris out there, making believe she's more popular than she is?
She's a hidden treasure. And I think we haven't discovered the true nature.
Right.
Because tomorrow could be yesterday, and then tomorrow is another day.
Exactly. And there will be Venn diagram conventions at the White House. We'll know that. That's her favorite object. Well, guys, thanks for coming all the way. Yeah, Drew, yeah.
Thanks, Tom. You know, I was speaking with Earl earlier.
Yeah.
This is right up his alley. There's a song by Neil Diamond called Cracklin' Rosie.
Yes.
And I was just maybe if Earl can do his magic and change it called Cacklin' Kamala. And he could throw some words in there, and I think it would work out pretty good.
I
Thanks,
think
Tom.
you could. Thank you, Drew. It's such a pleasure to meet you. We love your calls. You too, Rich. And thanks for coming out here to Mulligan. Just two of our regular guys here. Come on out and meet some of the crew. And coming up, we're going to be talking with the Republican candidate for the Senate, Curtis Bashaw, who is a local business guy, Congress Hall and the like. He's got a real shot to be the next senator from New Jersey. And Robin, how do you handicap? You're all things Jersey here, one of our Jersey guys. I handicap this race. If Menendez is in there, somehow or another, he pulls 6 to 7% of the vote, and the Republican can slip through here.
I think it's possible. I really do. And I've met Curtis several times, and I know that he is a great person, a great human being, and I think that he would do wonders for the state of New Jersey. We need somebody who actually has integrity in Washington representing us, and none of the candidates that are running on the Democratic side have that. Menendez will probably draw a few percent if he's on the ballot, and we have a machine politician in Andy Kim on the who you might as well just have Menendez. I mean, it's basically the same flavor.
Exactly. Yeah, but there is a real shot this time, and it would go a long way towards sealing the Senate. That's the big news here. This would be a key outpost. If we win the presidency, we need the Senate too.
Absolutely, and it's such a key for our fight against the misadventure that offshore wind represents. I mean, all the if we can get the House, the Senate, and the presidency, it's done.
It's
completely
done. Absolutely.
And
well, we have the parachute troops. I'm impressed with that still. I'm Phil Murphy. You're parachuting in. He's got to get his attention.
We're gonna form a new paratroopers part of Protect Our Coast, New Jersey, and that's you're the first one to hear it. So
okay.
now
I'm a land force.
We need volunteers, though. We don't have a whole lot of volunteers yet for that.
Okay.
But,
all right, we got a few here. Okay. A few of your guys are here. All right, we'll talk with the candidate next, and we'll get your calls at 855-839-1210. Remember, we're at Mulligan's today. You're headed anywhere to the Jersey Shore, anywhere in the area. You got to pop in, at least have a beer with us. Meet some of these great folks. 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood.
Thanks. There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kale and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS has raised the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes in recent years. This hits hard if you're behind on your taxes. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. If you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
LifeSurge is coming to Reading on Saturday, July 13th. Be inspired and equipped to grow your financial resources for Kingdom Impact. Featuring leaders in faith and finance, including two-time National Football Champion Tim Tebow, Life Without Limbs Nick Vujicic, Duck Dynasty's Willie Robertson, football legend Brian Dawkins, pastor and author Craig Groeschel, plus worship artists Natalie Grant and Matthew West. That's LifeSurge, Saturday, July 13th. Tickets on sale at lifesurge.com.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-578-2415. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-578-2415 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. That's 800-578-2415. To see if you qualify, that's 800-578-2415.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, welcome in, everyone. It is Dom time. It's rare that in bar we have the next senator of New Jersey. And that would be with us, everyone, Curtis Bashaw here on Talk Radio 1210. Right down the road or over the bridge, that bridge to magic from Cape May. Curtis, welcome. Thanks for joining us over here at Mulligan's.
Thanks so much. I'm happy to be here. This is great.
I once stayed at your place. I spoke for Harry Hurley. You probably know the local guy.
Of course.
And you guys were good enough to set me up in the presidential suite. I'm not sure if that's the Benjamin Harrison suite or not, but the sitting room was bigger than the average hotel room, to put it mildly.
Well, yeah, Congress Hall is great. It had hosted 4 presidents. Harrison set up.
Sorry. Here.
Is that better?
A little bit better, Curtis, yeah.
Great. Yeah, Harrison had the summer White House there in 1881. They were installing electricity into the real White House in Washington, so they decamped the offices to Cape May for the summer.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a beautiful spot, and with that as a background, with that going so well, why get involved in the messy world, really messy world of New Jersey politics? Right up there, it's almost like national politics.
Well, I'll tell you, I think the country's at a crossroads. Mm-hmm. I think this is a real time for choosing. I think New Jerseyans are hungry for change. When Mr. Menendez had his second round of corruption, and then the governor's wife thought that she could just take the seat, that's when we got motivated to get in the race. So we joined in January and jumped in feet first. We are a total outsider to politics. But it was been an amazing experience to run the all 21 counties, to win 14 endorsements, to win that primary. And now we're on to the general against a guy, Andy Kim, who is... he's so far to the left, he doesn't know where the center line is on the road. And I think that, we're going to expose his voting record and what he stands for, voting with the squad. He makes Menendez look like a moderate, and we think that he's a terrible choice for Senate. And
yeah, and I guess the mechanism, I remember when MacArthur, I guess, was the congressman there, and when he first started to run, it's the same thing with our Governor Shapiro. He's a mild-mannered kind of guy. Bob Casey Jr., same thing in Pennsylvania. But the voting record, as you say, even for New Jersey, is left of where New Jersey would be. So what's the major issue for you with Kim at this point?
Well, I think that the contrast point between us, he talks about wanting corporations and businesses to pay their fair share as if he has some divine knowledge of what fair is. But this is a guy who has spent his entire life in government as a bureaucrat, as an operative, and now as a congressman. He has never created a job. He's never signed the front side of a paycheck. Meanwhile, my career, I've spent 35 years building a small business into a medium business, making payroll every 2 weeks. We've grown from 25 to 1,000 employees.
You have 1,000 employees. Is it just Congress Hall?
No. We have a collection of 8 hotels in Cape May and out on eastern Long Island.
Okay.
But, we've created jobs. We've created an economy. We're on the front lines of the economy. When these Democratic politicians, Andy Kim, talk about making people pay their fair share, it's demeaning to all the small business people, as if they're not fair, as if they don't care about their communities. I believe these folks are the backbones of their communities, and we're on a mission to unshackle small business from too much government regulation. Andy Kim believes in the power of government to tell people what to do. We are going to create a huge contrast there.
But let me just challenge a little bit here. I mean, completely with our listeners and me, you're here, but broader in New Jersey, do you actually see it? Because they've been voting for these people. Phil Murphy is maybe the template of this, and yet they still get elected, well, second time around, not as much, with a healthy majority of voters. So you just think there's an inflection point here, that things have changed to some degree, Curtis, where there's an opening?
I think there's a major inflection point. The fact of the matter is, New Jerseyans are hungry for change. It is not your grandmother's Democratic Party anymore. John Kennedy would probably be a Republican today. These guys, Andy Kim, the Murphy administration, our legislature is so far to the left, they're out of touch with the mainstream. And I think moderate Democrats, a lot of unaffiliated voters, there are 2.5 million unaffiliated voters in our state. These are the folks that we're going to target to switch over and join us. New Jerseyans are ready for change.
Let's talk about current politics, breaking as we are here with President Biden. I've seen, I guess on Twitter and other places, you've been talking about Andy Kim has been largely or completely silent on this, of any sort of motion of where he thinks they are with the shock that we've seen since last Thursday.
We've called him out. We've asked him where he stands. The Democrats seem to love to ask every Republican where they are on Donald Trump. We answer. We say,
what's your position on Trump?
I believe that the choice is very clear for me. I'm supporting President Trump. We can't have 4 more years of Joe Biden. Now,
I want to stop you and say I congratulate, because in a place like Jersey, I thought you were going to hem and haw. We're going to have to tie you to the chair to say that.
Look, in 1964, Ronald Reagan gave a great speech. It was called A Time for Choosing.
Yes.
That's when Ronald Reagan decided to leave the Democratic Party and become a Republican. Every one of us are citizens, and we have to make a choice. We can't not choose. That's our role as citizens. Not everyone's going to agree about the top of the ticket. My choice is we can't have Biden. I'm supporting President Trump this year, and I own that choice. And every New Jerseyan's going to make that decision.
How about issues at this level, abortion? All the time when I interview Republican candidates, they may say, well, I'm not absolutely going to be voting on abortion at various levels. And that doesn't seem to be enough. So in this campaign with Kim, where are you and where is he on that issue?
Well, I am a pro-choice Republican. I believe in freedom. I believe in domestic tranquility. I believe that adults and people should be making decisions that are personal at that level in the sanctity of their own homes. And that's why I'm for parental rights in the schools. I don't think schools should be keeping secrets from parents. And I'm a big freedom person. So I'm very clear on that. I think that New Jersey has chosen to be one of the most extreme states in terms of the laws that they have. And I just believe that those rights are best left to individuals to decide. I think Andy Kim is going to try to say the Democrats are going to try to use the abortion issue in this election. It's the main thing that they can talk about. They can't talk about the border because it's a disaster. They can't talk about the economy because inflation is through the roof, and all New Jerseyans feel the cost of that around the kitchen table. They can't talk about regulations because they're happy to regulate. They can't talk about energy prices because they've gotten rid of our energy independence. They have no issues to challenge Republicans on except this issue, and we're not going to let them make that the sole focus of this election.
A focus of our listeners, we just honored one of the key people here with protecting against the wind turbines. He actually parachuted in on Long Beach Island yesterday as a stunt to get more attention on this. And there is a lot of the Senate involved in this, not just the state or the presidency. Do you think that issue is a tell to me of both sides of how people see the reality of what we ought to be doing here at the Jersey Shore, which extends quite a bit and is a huge driver, as you know. You're one of the principal people here of the economy.
We have to protect our shore economy and our shore, the beauty of our shore from these costly windmills. This has been fast-tracked in. These environmental things have also been politicized. It would be a feather in the cap for Phil Murphy to cram these windmills down our throat and help him with his future ambitions. But I believe that there are better ways to solve our energy issues by looking at technologies that are actually forward-looking, not using these primitive technologies that have been around for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. The complication of the cables, from shore to the pylons deteriorating, the oil that comes from them, the environmental cost, it's way too complicated, and I do not support them.
Do you think Menendez will be in the race? And if so, because let's face it, even though I think the issues cut against Andy Kim and the issue of corruption and the things we've talked about, and hopefully I'm looking at some of the polling that Trump's doing rather well, top of the ticket in New Jersey. But if Menendez runs independently, this is a much more doable race for the Republican. This is a real shot this time around to finally turn this around.
100%. Look, we believe we will beat Andy Kim in a head-to-head race. We need 95% of the Republicans and good turnout, which I think President Trump will deliver. We need 65% of the unaffiliateds and 20% of the Democrats. We can do that. Menendez makes it better. No question. I'm happy to run against two career politicians instead of one. I would say, right now with Andy Kim, it's a bureaucrat versus a businessman and me. And if Menendez stays in the race, we have a boss and a bureaucrat and a businessman.
Or, they're going to find any gold bars in Andy Kim's closet then. So
I don't know. Andy Kim's running on being, a nice, non-corrupt politician, but he also votes with the squad every single time. He is much further to the left of Bob Menendez. And I think Bob Menendez will pull votes if he stays in this race. He has a lot of people in Hudson County and other places, Cuban Americans, that really appreciate his leadership.
Yeah, absolutely. So where do we go to learn more about you? And the one word and meeting you today and what I filed in the campaign that's up on your website is liberty. And that was carefully chosen that you are the campaign that you ran. That's what this is about. And you would think people in New Jersey and you've used the word regulation here, and anytime I have anybody that talks about that repeatedly, what that does to people, we've had people call in with the smaller breweries that were out there and the crazy regulations they set about how many sandwiches you can have or how far you could walk. These people in Trenton are just tyrants beyond belief in the realest sense of the word. So a campaign on that, if New Jersey is ready, would seem to me to break through.
Freedom, opportunity, and security. We need to take our country back and to be able to pursue our happiness, have the freedoms we need. Opportunity, small businesses need to be unshackled from these one-size-fits-all crazy regulations. We were driving over here, we saw these kids at a lemonade stand. I was going to stop and ask them if they had their sales tax certificate and their permit. And the fact is they treat this one-size-fits-all regulation is just not right. There's no better social program than a job, and we need to help small businesses create them. And security. New Jerseyans want to feel safe and secure in their homes. We have a porous border, an insecure border, a wide open border. We were down there a month ago.
Tell me what you saw when you were down there.
We got taken to the border at Yuma, Arizona, to an unfinished section of the wall. Stood there from 12:30 until about 2:30, 2:45 in the morning. We watched about 60 people walk in and open back door to our country. They were from China, they were from Syria, they were from Eastern Europe, Venezuela, Ecuador, Peru, and of course Mexico. And it was shocking to see it firsthand, because you realize that we've conflated and politicized border security with immigration policy. In fact, if you separate them, immigration policy is how many from what countries, what qualifications. Border security should not be a partisan issue. It's like not locking your back door at night when you go to bed. That's what it seemed like to me. A sovereign nation is entitled to have a border, ports of entry, laws regulating who
the
can come in
argument
and
would be
out.
asylum, though. You automatically get asylum. That's what Curtis is leaving out.
People come in there and claim asylum. They get a court date. What they did, they stood in a little line. They got through the process. They get a court date for 2027. Then they head up to Phoenix and they fly wherever they want to go. We don't know who they are, and it's taking away the from the legal immigrants, those that take
Curtis, in Kim's position on the border?
Kim says he doesn't think we need to do much about the border.
Okay.
He's very open about that. Kim is not supported Israel in this conflict at all. You know, Kim's out there on policies that are also leaving a really good opportunity for us to have common sense responses to what he's out there saying that he wants to do.
Where do we go to find you and to help with the campaign? And we'll be giving that repeatedly over the next 4 or 5
Well,
months.
that's great. It's CurtisBashawForSenate.com.
Bashaw, B-A-S-H-A-W.
That's correct. Curtis Bashaw, Curtis with a C, Bashaw, B-A-S-H-A-W, forsenate.com.
And if you ever have a chance in the presidential suite, take it.
I will. You're welcome back anytime. We should do a radio show from there.
Absolutely. I'd love to do it. I love having a sitting room. It felt so... But the bathroom was too nice. My wife used the bathroom. I'm serious. She said, I can't use this bathroom. It's too big and too nice. I used it. It was tremendous.
Well, it's a great hotel. I love its history. It's been there for 206 years. When Congress Hall opened, America was just 40 years old. And we have a wonderful celebration. I love Independence Week. We're going all over the state, and it's exciting to see the different communities and how they celebrate our country.
Please put us in your loop and call in periodically where you are, what you're doing. Just shoot the breeze. That's a way to get to know our listeners in New Jersey.
Fantastic.
Curtis,
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming
All
out
right.
today. Curtis Shaw here on Talk Radio 1210. Andy Kim, of course, is invited, Dan, to the next Mulligans. I would love to do that. 855-839-1210. You get on board here on the Dom Giordano Show. Curtis, thank you. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Where else should we celebrate the 4th of July? All right, Independence Hall. That might be a good idea, but I say go to Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue, right there in Wildwood. We'll be joined by Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Wants to meet his constituents. We hear there's some scotch tasting going on, too. But in addition to all the stuff, great food with Mulligan's. Come and join us noon until 3 this coming Wednesday, July 3rd on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
How did your son or daughter do in school this year? These summer months is the time to make the call to Kathy Ganna and New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown at 800-300-0003. Prepare your student for back to school now. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them now. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, a pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child could avoid struggling and succeed. At New Hope Academy, there's a student-teacher ratio of 2-to-1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders like high anxiety, social and emotional, and including bipolar. Do not wait. Help your students start strong. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for a no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today at 800-300-0003. Online, newhopeacademy.net. Call New Hope Academy today.
The
following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike, Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. GoConklin.com!
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time as things heat up here at Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. We have Curtis Bashaw, future senator from New Jersey in the House, and Jeff Van Drew, not with the suit. Shocking. I don't know what paparazzi are out there. They'll catch us. You got to get over here, though, to see the Scotch contest here with Congressman Jeff Van Drew. That'll happen around 1:30, 1:40. You still have a little time to get here. 310 West Hildreth Avenue. All right, two breaking developments. One, new Nevada poll shows President Trump up 10 points, even though that's right. Wait to hear the kicker over there, guys. Trump up 10 points, even though the Democrat senator still is killing the GOP opponent. That tells us that it's still a state that might go for the Democrat, except Trump is crushing Biden there. So that's an even better sign presidentially than you can imagine. It means that that state is making a choice. They want Trump. And if Trump has Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia, as I believe he will, you know the state that will determine the future of the United States and the Western world and all that, that would be Pennsylvania. Also, Governor Newsom is launching a podcast. I can't imagine this guy as the partner in your podcast, Dan, with Marshawn Lynch. Now, I thought that's the guy that refuses to talk.
Yeah, it doesn't say much.
Marshawn Lynch.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
In a podcast with Governor Newsom. Is that a play around Kamala Harris? And is Marshawn Lynch going to be dumped as soon as Newsom moves forward? All right, phone lines to get in are 855-839-1210. Thrilled to have Congressman Van Drew here. We got a lot of big questions to talk with him about. See what he's thinking, particularly around President Trump. But in addition to that, we have a little scotch tasting that will go on coming up. Don't forget the side question. It's a simple one today. That person you'd hate to be trapped in a room with, or an elevator, or social engagement, some period of time. I can imagine there must be people in Congress that say, cross-party, yeah, there's certain people. You don't want to have to be in the caucus room with that guy. No, I'm not going in there, or that woman or that guy's in there. There's got to be a few of them that both parties go, no way. All right, let's go. Let's go to Susan first in Chester Springs. Susan's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Susan, good afternoon. What are you doing today?
Yeah, actually, I'm driving back from getting fresh produce, which is wonderful this time of year. And I think, I don't know, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, they're equally horrible, but I don't think Joe Biden is going to let Joe, unless he drops dead, he's going to be running. That's my bet.
Yeah, he will. She'll stick in here. The gravy train has to continue. Who would you not like to be in the room with?
Oh, my God. Admiral Rachel Levine. I can't think of a single point that I would be in agreement. Usually you could find something on someone that you could at least talk and get along with. No, nothing.
Susan, stay there for a minute. I'm going to get a thumbs up or thumbs down. Congressman Van Drew, thumbs up or thumbs down. Do you have to salute Admiral Rachel Levine when you're a congressman around there in the Senate? Is that a must? You don't have to salute. I'm looking at you. No, he doesn't think you have to salute. So on that, we seem to be okay. That is a good one, Susan. Thank you. Yeah. Rachel Levine in Pennsylvania, the stuff that went on was ridiculous. But then to rise to the level of Admiral is beyond belief. All right, since we've been talking today, no word out of the White House. They're waiting until tomorrow, this interview, Mr. Fix-It being called in, George Stephanopoulos. But is he being called in to fix it, or is he being called in to, because it will be edited, to further sink Joe Biden? 855-839-1210. Now, I'm in the camp that Republicans are basically playing this fine, which means every day that Joe Biden stays there is good, because it creates chaos, it creates all this internal infighting, and ultimately, if he is the nominee, he can't walk back that debate. That is not going to go away. That's going to be imprinted without a doubt. If he is a nominee, I don't think there'll be a second debate. The sentencing is pushed back. Republicans are doing a better job on the immunity question. And I wanted to play for you. We had on brilliant guy yesterday, Jay Town. Here is one of the Trump surrogates, big-time lawyer Jay Town, explaining to me how should we tell the Supreme Court story to the average person, because Democrats are saying now if Trump's elected, he can have Navy SEALs kill you. They're actually going out there saying that. Here's how Jay Town explained on the show yesterday. How do we tell the American people what that Supreme Court case meant, how it's for all presidents, not just Trump? Here's what he said.
The law before yesterday, woke up Monday morning, was that the chief executive, the president of the United States, has immunity from prosecution from official actions that he takes while in office. The law when you woke up this morning is exactly the same. The Supreme Court just confirmed that yesterday because they had to, because they were forced to, because of the lawfare prosecution brought by Jack Smith. What's more difficult for Jack Smith is that the president is presumed to be cloaked in this immunity, and Smith is now going to have to prove why he shouldn't be immune. And the motive of the president, why he took an action, if it was reason 485 was actually an Article 2 reason, but the first 484 were all private reasons or personal reasons, doesn't matter. There just has to be some official, the action had to have some sort of executive function for the president to be cloaked in immunity. And once he's cloaked, that particular action cannot be the subject of a crime, nor can any evidence of that action be admitted in a trial. Now, think about it this way. Here's a great example. I know we just have a minute or two left, but think about a DEA agent. Take the president out of it. A DEA agent does a controlled purchase or a controlled sale of an illegal narcotic.
Thank you. All right, that's Jay Town making the point there is no difference. Presidents had immunity. They did. All this did was to confirm it because of the lawfare that's going on, to clarify that. And what we've seen now happen in the so-called hush money case is big trouble for Alvin Bragg. in that Trump's Twitter was deemed to be an official action, and that was brought up during this. You can't do that. Only private actions that may be criminal could be brought up in that New York case. I think the New York case will be reversed. They'd have to go back and do it all over again. All right, but we're going to talk a lot about the things that are going on nationally in Congress, President Trump, with somebody who is such a great friend to the show, Congressman Jeff Van Drew, who's here, actually not in a suit today, in his parade July 4th outfits, I believe. And we'll also have our good buddy Johnny Z break out the scotch, since that was promised. And we'll see if I can get through the scotch segment here effectively or not. I think Van Drew has the advantage from all those cloakroom scotch tastings that go on in Capitol Hill. Love to have you come out here at Mulligan's. If you're anywhere nearby, come on out and say hello to the congressman. And the mascot of Wildwood, Squatch, will be here at 2 o'clock with his handler. We have a lot of questions, a lot of folks streaming in now. Here's your chance to get in, 310 West Hildreth Avenue, right here in Wildwood. Hey, I've told you for years about my friend dentist and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Bentz, and the Bentz Group. He's known for helping people overcome fear and anxiety. His state-of-the-art facility makes dentistry as easy as it can be. My recent experience is a great example. I had a permanent tooth put in, and you know how they tell you to chomp down, Tom, bite down, and you say it's too high, Doc. Cut it down a little bit. Not so, not with this. All due to Dr. Bentz and the precision of his 3D printer and the great skill of Bentz and the staff. It fit perfectly the first time. So here's the thing to do. Get the same dental care that I get, the Bentz Dental Group, thebentzdentalgroup.com, the Bentz difference. Make that appointment today. You can call them today, like right now, 610-272-6949. Visit bentzdentalgroup.com. Tell them Dom G sent you, 610-272-6949.
Weather sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
The pleasant air mass will continue for one more day. Plenty of sunshine today. It'll be hot but still not humid, high 86. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 68. And the humidity increases for Independence Day, partly sunny and hot with a late day shower or storm possible with a high near 90.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dawn Stensland here along with Mike Chapman. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Mike, how does somebody begin the process of updating their home?
But once they call in, they'll talk to our customer service representatives in the beginning, and they'll ask a few questions as far as to what they're looking for, what their needs are. And then they'll pass them on to one of our project consultants, and they will work with them as far as either getting somebody to come out into the home to look at things, or if they want to come into the showroom. We like the showroom because I don't understand how people can buy big ticket products like windows and doors especially. How do you buy that without touching it? How do you buy it without seeing it? Or we have over 100 doors on display here. You know from when you came in,
Yes.
you saw your doors and picked them out here.
Experience for yourself the Chapman difference. Windows, doors, siding, shutters. Give Chapman a call or text 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, Again, 800-403-5569.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This July 4th, hear the boom of the fireworks, the sizzling of your grill, and the sigh of joy at the first sight of your brand new kitchen. Thanks to dynamite deals at Colonial Marble and Granite. Now get a sink and faucet gold package fully installed for $4.99 during our Independence Day sale. Save up to $700 on a package usually valued at $1,200. Visit any Colonial showroom to discover our dazzling variety of natural and engineered stone and take advantage of these deals. But hurry, while liberty is everlasting, our sale ends on July 8th. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details.
You can still look great in that bathing suit this summer since it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Within a week of starting, you will notice pounds coming off and you'll feel good too since you are doing it the natural way, quickly and safely. You can still get slimmer this summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ Diet or go to njdiet.com to lose the weight for good.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, broadcasting from the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Rich Cioli, the program you just mentioned is great, but I prefer the Van Drew program. Jeff Van Drew, I didn't know was a congressman when he came in the door there. So since the last time I saw you, now in person, it's unbelievable, the transformation. It must be the congressional gym is so elaborate that you guys have there. Wow.
I don't even go to the congressional gym. So for most of my life, I have worked out very hard. I have this routine. It's mostly body weight exercises, push-ups, pull-ups, chin-ups, dips, curls I do, and a couple other things. And I rotate them. I do them over and over again twice a week. Got in Congress. I still worked out. A combination of some bad eating, which I never did. I usually have a really good diet. And just not having the time. And then my New Year's resolution, one of them, I did about 10 I never do them. I did about 10
Trump is president.
That was one of them. Go to Mass more often, believe it or not. That was another one. Drink more water. I'm a dentist.
Drink more scotch.
Yeah, well, no, I'm doing okay on my own with that. A bunch of different stuff, but one of them was to get back into the routine I had when I was a state senator, a state assemblyman, a mayor, all during that time. So I started in the new year, and I'm back to where I always was. I put on a little weight, and I was just getting a little soft for me, you know?
No, it's shocking. My wife's taking notes in the back. On the way home, we're going to compare what
It's a brutal workout.
It is. Ellipticals for 2 hours?
No, elliptical hour every morning.
Right.
And then twice a week. You just start out.
What do you watch when you're on the elliptical then for that hour?
I review what I'm going to have to do that day in my head. And I'm going to sound a little corny here, but you asked me, I always tell you the truth, Tom. The other thing I do for part of it is I pray. I pray for my family, my friends, my country. I do everything. I'm very far from perfect guy, but I try to be as faithful as I can. And it's a way that I can really focus on that. And then I focus on the day and what I'm going to be doing, organizing my thoughts.
Well, let's talk about where we are since last Thursday. To me, and you are the guy who wants to win on principle, we have to win first. Principle and all that, I don't mean anything illegal or unethical. The bottom line is we're in a perfect position. This president is in chaos. He's got Hunter Biden looking at senior advisors, who I may not agree with them ideologically, but I think they know what they're doing. Biden's a problem. and the Democrats killing each other to get into that. I hope Biden is the nominee. How about you from a strategic sense at this point?
No, I hope he is too. I think we can win regardless of whomever it is because the candidates I hear are terrible, and I believe he will be, and real quickly. So he's already got the delegates. He's won just about every single primary. So in order to take him out, he's going to have to want to leave. Now, this is not up to him. This is up to Jill Biden and a very close group of people around him. Jill Biden is a very ambitious woman, and she wants to be the first lady. You can see that. It's not just me saying it. The only thing that would get them out is he's gotten a lot of help, and they don't like to admit it, from the Department of Justice. He has been involved with the business dealings with Hunter Biden. He has been involved with meeting with oligarchs. He's been on the phone calls. Money has gone to his family from different sources, millions upon millions of dollars to Jim Biden and associates of the family. He's been helped. He's been protected. If the powers that be go to him and say, if you don't jump out, if you don't get out of this thing, that protection's gone. I don't think that will happen, but I think that's the only way they can get him out.
President Trump since Thursday. Now, our listeners, and I love it because you don't give away the privacy, which I respect, but you give us the temperature of Trump post that. What's your sense of how the president's feeling?
Look, he had some tough times. I mean, this guy is a rock. I mean, what he held through the New York trial and that cold, and it really was cold in there. Everybody tells him that cold courtroom and just the abuse he went through from this Democratic judge. And just what he's gone through all the way back to when they said there was Russian collusion. You know, I wish, Dom, I've said this to you before, I wish that every man and woman in this country could sit with me on that Judiciary Committee for just a month and listen to what the hell is going on. It's not covered. It's not covered by ABC, NBC, CBS, the New York Times. They barely cover it, and they don't tell the truth very often, but they just gloss over it. There's so much there. Trump has gone through such hell. He really has. There are very few human beings alive that are as strong as he is. And I know, because I talk to him a lot, and I'm amazed by it. And I've met a lot of people in my life. So for him, they've been pounding him and pounding him and pounding him. This has been a good week.
To put it mildly.
With the Supreme Court doing the right thing. And by the way, your segment was wonderful there. There's nothing new to this. Presidents are granted immunity. No, they can't go out and just, shoot somebody in the head. See, you know this, but
please tell your colleagues, I'm not seeing enough from the Republicans. You're doing it. You get it because you want to win and you're inside this. Have to explain that Supreme Court decision. They're winning the battle in the media because the media is on their side to say Trump's going to have you killed. Jay Town, put that guy, call him in. He was brilliant. He said, you went to bed that night, president had immunity. You woke up, same thing.
And he's
That's
exactly
the way
right.
to explain it.
But they had to reaffirm that and make it clear so people absolutely understood that. And that's going to be more. This wasn't because it's a right-wing Supreme Court. It wasn't because there were a few Trump appointees in there. It's just because that's the law of the land. And if it wasn't, whether you were a Democrat or Republican and you held you were the supreme, you were the president of the United States, you would want that to be that way because at times you have to do things. For example, if there is a terrorist, and we've done it, who's taken out good Americans, the Twin Towers, so many times, and you have him assassinated, that's the responsibility that you have. And if somebody tries to sue you for doing that, you're immune from that.
Well, Obama droning the terrorist, I supported it. I know he's an American citizen. You can't bring him to trial, though. He's in Yemen.
Exactly.
So we're supposed to just say, there's no way that President Obama should be tried with that. That's the best example.
No president wanted to do what they wanted to do. But you've got to understand something. They were using the judiciary and the Department of Justice, and we don't have time now. I could trace for you step by step. They were using them as tools to go after Trump. We call it weaponizing the judiciary. And it's the worst of the worst. And Dom, it's so important because if there's one thing that's a mark of a free and good society, of a republic, is an impartial, fair, and non-corrupt judiciary, that you have prosecutors who do their job, that you have attorneys general that do their job. We don't have that now in some states, and we definitely don't have it in the Justice Department.
Now, Jersey, your bailiwick, and I know it's still an uphill battle for Trump, but the most recent polling indicates it's tight. And if nothing else, that propels the Republican candidate who was just here, who I think has a better than even chance because of Menendez in the race against Andy Kim. How do you see the Senate race going?
No, I think you're right. I think Curtis Bashel has a real chance here without a question. He's a good candidate, and he's a business owner, et cetera, and we know his qualifications. And this is a unique time in history. So if this was just a normal time, I'd say, oh, man, this is, I don't know.
It's really tough.
But it's still uphill, but he's got a real shot. He's going to have to work hard, and I know that he's working very hard. And, this is let me put it to you this way, Dom. I've been around. I've run in 18 elections, starting from being a fire commissioner and a councilman and a mayor, and I won't go through them all. I did it exactly, and I don't practice now, obviously. But all along there, I had an associate, and those were all that were, quote, part-time political jobs. But moved my way up. I've seen a lot of stuff. This is a very, very unique time in history. Biggest election since the Civil War.
Without a doubt. And after this week, the wind is at the back of President Trump. Now, you're out of here today, too, because you are a Scotch aficionado, I think an expert. I am completely a novice. I didn't drink wine last night. Not sure about the wine mixing with Scotch, even though it's a 24-hour period. What is the absolute best Scotch?
Oh, there's no absolute best for anybody. I mean, there are scotches you can pay hundreds of thousands of dollars a bottle. Woo! I am not in that category.
Well, excuse me, but Johnny, your top shelf Scotch, how much is it?
What's that?
Your top shelf Scotch here at Mulligan's, how much would it be?
Well, it depends. If you're talking about like a Chivas, what
right.
Kind of Chivas?
Yeah. Just tell me, just give me a figure, John. What's your figure here? Top shelf Scotch.
Do you have Macallan?
I have Glenlivet. Okay. That's probably around $9-10 a shot.
That's
$9 or $10 a shot.
That would be your best.
God.
Yeah.
Woo! Is this in the budget? Is Greg Stocker know what we're doing here?
See, this is going to be hard for me because I'm a Macallan guy. And Macallan even has a different color to it, so it's easy to pick that out.
All right.
Where what he's talking about is it's a good single malt Scotch. That's the difference. Real quick, there's single malt, which is just one single malt that comes out. It's a usually distinctive flavor, and then there's a blend. So the ones that you commonly, even Chivas is a blend. Dewar's is a blend. It's where they blend different things together. And Americans' taste used to be they wanted something that was a little smoother, not quite as much. I don't know if I should call it a bite, but not as distinctive. And still, they're still very popular. A good basic Scotch is Dewar's. It's a fine Scotch, and that's a much more. How much is Dewar's a shot?
We even have a commentator here, Scott of Mount Laurel. Come on over. You'll be.
I couldn't hear you, Congressman.
How much is Dewar's a shot?
Dewar's.
That's probably right around $6.50 a
There you go. It's about half the price.
All right, so I'm going to tell the difference between Dewar's, some shot from the back room maybe, and the best here. Against the best. This guy knows his Scotch. All right,
this is going to be harder for me, though, because it's hard to tell one blend from another. And it's hard to tell one blend from another. And Glenlivet is aged in an oak cask, so it doesn't have that color of, say, a Macallan or something, or a Dalwhinnie. Or some of the other ones, so it's a little hard. I may screw this up completely.
All right.
But so you're going to embarrass me in front of millions of people.
I'm in the tank here. I'll go in the tank here.
Well, we don't expect you to know,
All right, Johnny's been a great host with this. That's coming up. You'll see it on YouTube, and we'll give commentary with Scott of Mount Laurel, who last commentated about John Kruk being a gazelle on a Phillies game. We got a big-time announcer here on Talk Radio 1210.
Join Team Kale & Company once again this year for the Bend to Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 21st. From Philly to Atlantic City, you can do the ride or just donate to support the cause. Visit bendtoshore.org. That's shore.org. Let's show everyone how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. FBBCF provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders and supports the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth. Sponsored by Gelman Law. Need a criminal defense attorney or personal injury? Visit GelmanLawFirm.com.
Crash Proof Retirement is taking an aggressive, bold step, becoming the very first firm in history to record and store all financial meetings. This unprecedented initiative documents that at Crash Proof Retirement, fiduciary responsibility is not just something we say, it's a legally binding guarantee that we've always delivered to the Philadelphia region.
Savannah McHugh, Montgomery County. Wall Street will tell you they're looking out for your best interest. They say that fiduciary thing, and then it goes out the window. Crash Proof is saying, not only are we saying it to you, but we're going to put it on film. There's no shadow over anything that they do. That's the difference. Crash Proof Retirement has taken the time to show that they care so that we can go home, go to sleep, and not have to worry about it.
Learn why recording financial meetings validates Crash Proof Retirement's fiduciary responsibility. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia's white-collar workers union is suing to stop Mayor Parker's mandate for all city workers return to the office full-time. Donald Trump's sentencing for his hush money case has been pushed back to September 18th, and the FDA has approved a second Alzheimer's drug that can slow the disease.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Ad paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-866-7061. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-866-7061. The call is free, the consultation is free. Call 800-866-7061. That's 800-866-7061. Again, 800-866-7061.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
And welcome back into the Dom Giordano program, broadcasting live from Mulligan's. It's Dan Time with Dom, and because it's Dan Time with Dom, I've set up a little bit of a competition here between Mr. Giordano and the great Congressman Jeff Van Drew, a noted
Wait a
Scotch
minute,
fan.
the great Giordano and the great Van Drew. Thank you very much. Continue,
Amazing, fantastic Jeff Van Drew. And what we got in front of them, if you go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT, I have 3 separate glasses, and in those 3 glasses, I have 3 separate levels of Scotch. And what we did here is we did all blended. So if you know Scotch, Johnny was telling me that he actually has that single malt Scotch that Jeff was mentioning prior to the break, but to make things a little bit more confusing, to keep them the same color, he wanted to do 3 different blendeds. So in front of you guys, I have 3 different liquors, and with us we have Scott from Mount Laurel. If you don't remember, Scott is the guy that he sits in the booth and does Phillies games from time to time. So Scott, how you doing, sir? Welcome in.
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here at the Summer White House Camp Dom.
So in front of you guys, let's go through the order as they're sitting in front of you. So let's first take that wine glass and give it a sip, a little twirl and a sip. Scott, what do we see here in front of us?
First of all, they both knew which one was the wine glass. So that's a good sign. And now they're trying it. They did smell it during the break. That's a good sign. They at least have some idea what you're doing. You're supposed to smell Scotch before you have it.
Not a fan, Dom?
No, but the others could be worse.
All right, so let's...
Okay, so 1 down.
I'm going to say that's a blend.
Okay.
Okay, Congressman Van Drew says the wine glass one is a blend.
Well, what does that mean? Is it low quality?
It means that there's
these are none of them
barley
low quality. They're
and
all
a different grain in it.
Well, wait a minute. Rose even over here taking pictures. She never gets out of the back room over there. Now for this, she's over here.
She's going to need to drive you home, right?
So in a call
Ixnay on that, yes.
In a call yesterday, Scott from Mount Laurel said he was going to do some Scotch research, and it sounds like he actually did some Scotch research.
Oh, my God.
Preparation's key.
All right, so next let's go to the pine.
Are we rating them as far as...
So after we try all three of these, I'm going to ask you guys which one you think is the most expensive and which is the least expensive.
Ready for the second?
So we're going to go with the pint glass now. Let's give that a swirl.
That was number one, was the wine glass. Here's the pint glass. Okay, they're taking a sip.
Mm-hmm.
They look like, Congressman just concentrating. So's Dom. They're very, very deep in thought here.
Congressman is surprisingly.
I might be throwing them off. I think this is better, but I might be throwing
What are you thinking over here, Congressman?
This is the Joe Biden.
I'm thinking about how hard. This is a hard thing to do.
This is the Joe Biden of Scotch.
Even among experts.
Well, what was said back there was when they said it was $9 to $10 a shot, they said, well, that's now. Before it was $4 before Biden inflation.
Let me tell you, I had an uncle.
Yeah.
And we used to get, my wife, I was the first non-Italian to marry into the family. Huge family gatherings, Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, and all that stuff. He said, I only will drink Johnny Walker Red, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, my father-in-law owned a liquor store. They had so much fun with him. I don't think he knows it to this day, and he's in his 90s. They used the Johnny Walker, when he ran through it eventually, they took another scotch, poured it in there, and then they asked him, they said, how's the scotch? He goes, good, because I'm only drinking Johnny Walker. And it was Dewar's. It wasn't Johnny Walker.
Switching up on him.
Maybe after a certain amount.
Everybody knew but him.
Let's give the rock glass a little sip here, Jeff.
Okay.
All right, hold on.
But
yeah, there
you go. Drew, smart, cleanses his palate with a little water. Now Dom follows suit. And Congressman Drew's trying the third one out of the shot glass, and here goes Dom.
And now it's funny you say that story, Jeff, because I'm going to give you guys a clue. One of these three is indeed a Johnny Walker Red, and that would be the middle level that we're talking here. So that might eliminate one of the three. Jeff, can you tell which one might be the Johnny Walker Red here?
Okay, Congressman Drew very slowly sipping and trying to get that taste.
All right, I
think Dom's got his order laid out.
All right,
best to worst.
Which do you have it as most expensive, Dom? Which way? So this is 1, 2, 3?
1, 2,
okay,
3.
so Dom has well, I'm going to wait till Congressman Drew does his.
Yeah, throwing them off here.
Yeah, we don't want to.
A little bit.
Okay, so.
Ladies and gentlemen listening to this, this is hard.
So how are we
Dom has it as the shot glass.
1, 2, 3.
Tall glass and the wine glass.
Oh, man.
Is most expensive to least expensive.
I'm going down on this one.
And Congressman Drew has most.
Now, beginner's luck. You're going to kick my butt on this.
Now, this is the most expensive.
Most expensive, middle.
Congressman Drew has most
I'm
expensive in the wine glass.
I think I'm looking at backwards because we're looking at here in front of Congressman. Most expensive, middle, Johnny Walker Red right there in the middle, and the wine glass would be the Clooney House. So I'm thinking that Jeff actually got it right, correct?
No, this is the most expensive. He got it
expensive.
exactly.
No, the way you just said, I'm sorry if I said it wrong.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so we got
and he did get it right. Yeah, absolutely.
So we got Chivas Regal in that pine glass there, which is the most expensive we have.
Okay.
We got Clooney, the house, down there in the wine glass, and it's funny, you had it right on there, Jeff. The Johnny Walker Red right there in the middle.
100%. And Dom had just 1 and 2 mixed up, but he knew that
he did pretty good, Dom.
Pretty well for that.
I'm actually, you know what, Dom, I'm surprised. You got that right.
All right, I demand a recount. Is there a Democrat? Are there Democrats in the House? I need a recount.
Election denier.
That's right. I need a point of order.
If we were Democrats, it wouldn't have mattered what ones we chose. We would have won anyhow.
I want some mail-in Scotch votes. I'm waiting for Johnny to get him in the back room there.
So, Dom, you know, the entire setup for this is because I, being a whiskey fan, and especially after with Rand Paul, who introduced me to bourbon, I was first Scotch. I do enjoy a nice Scotch as well. Is this something you might add to your repertoire of drinks because of the congressman over here?
In honor of him, I will down these someday. Yes, that's the only reason. Other than that, I say this, not as bad as Rand Paul and the bourbon. You know, there's a bourbon trail, a wine trail. You can sip wine. I could probably go to 3 or 4 places. A bourbon thing. How many places are you going to go to before you collapse?
They better be tiny sips. It's the same with Scotch.
Yeah.
Scotch is something, if you don't want to get whacked, you're going to drink it very slowly. You measure yourself out, you know. I'll never forget one time we used to have a big barbecue at our place, and we had a ton of people there. Young guy was working for me, and he said, you know, I want to try Scotch. And I said, it's fine. And he said, I want to see if I can tell the same thing. I got a bunch of Scotches at home. I want to see if I can tell the different ones. So, you know, I brought out all these bottles of Scotch, and I said, now, be careful. This is not like you drinking beer. Little tiny sips, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're drinking, you're trying to He's like 25 years old. No offense to anybody. Boom, boom, boom. He's taking him down. Man, this guy, I mean, my son had to drive him home. I think he put him in the trunk of the car. He was so out of control. They had a bag with him because you got sick, you know. So for all those listening who are not experienced with scotch, a little bit at a time. Savor
moderation.
It, enjoy it. Yeah. Same with bourbon.
I cut you off before. I'm sorry, Dan, but you were saying as a dentist, you had a dentistry tip too, in addition to the scotch tips, which is you were talking about a New Year's resolution.
Oh yes.
Brush your teeth with scotch?
So no. So it's like physician heal thyself. So I did 10 different New Year's resolutions, and I never usually do them at all. One of them, my teeth were okay, but I needed to do some work on them. Fillings had to be replaced and stuff. So I went to my friend, and I actually got my dental work done as well. I'm a dentist, for God's sake. I got to make sure I'm getting my dental work done, right? That was one of my many resolutions this year.
Congressman,
before
thank
you guys, I got to ask real quick.
Yes.
So you got Rand Paul with the bourbon, you got you with the scotch. When you guys have, say, a guest into your office, is it expected to have like a 50-year-old scotch that you offer, like the old Mad Men days?
Believe it or not, and I've never had it in my office, and one day, for some reason, I will, but I've gotten a few gifts, and one of them is a scotch that somebody had. It's in a beautiful bottle. My real name is Jefferson. My father was a great admirer of Thomas Jefferson. My son is a Jefferson, too. I named him. Anyhow, the beautiful decanter, and it says Jefferson on it from a friend they gave to me.
Amazing.
So that's sitting there. So in each of my offices, my political office, my district office, and in D.C., I do have a bottle, and I hate to admit this, I've never tasted any of them yet.
Really?
Man, it is so...
You gotta have it ready for the guests, you know?
I wish it's how everybody pictures Congress. I'm probably missing out. I'm probably I'm working my ass off, and everybody else is probably...
Sitting back drinking.
Is sitting back and talking about the world and stuff. But no, I don't. Now, when it's at night and I'm all done, there's nothing more I enjoy than a nice meal and having a slow scotch. It's a good thing.
And that Thomas Jefferson was the one in 1802 that got rid of the whiskey tax.
Yeah, I know.
So
there you go.
It all comes together.
Congressman, thank you. Thanks for
my
coming
pleasure,
out today.
always.
Thank
I
you. It's been
appreciate you.
tremendous working
Always,
with you.
always.
Say hello to President Trump for us. One wish from our buddies. You saw the Wales guys here. Trump on the beaches going after the windmills.
Absolutely. He was there. I mean, I'd spoken to him before. He is no windmills. Trump gets elected, executive order, baby. We're going to do it.
There we go.
They are the worst single thing I have seen in government, and I've seen some bad stuff. It's just so bad for this beautiful shore in so many ways.
Congressman Jeff Van Drew, the winner today by a nose here in the Scotch contest. All right. Thank you. All right, coming up, I know we have some spots to play and all, but we have I don't see the handler here, so I'm not sure how Squatch is going to communicate with me. But the new mascot of the Wildwoods, or I'm not sure which Wildwoods, is in the house. You got to come over and see him too. Here at 310 West Hildreth Avenue, Johnny Z's place, Mulligan's. Come on over and join the party.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Is arthritic joint pain keeping you from doing the things you love? Dawn Stensland here. I'm talking about bone-on-bone pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulder. There are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. QC Kinetics is helping patients like you every day. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, and I'm talking cutting-edge treatments which accelerate your own body's healing properties knees, revitalizing your joints so you can move again. They've helped so many people here and tens of thousands more across the country. So if you're living with chronic joint pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility. No downtime. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Mayhem as usual here at Mulligan's, 310 West Hillsworth Avenue. Jeff Van Drew, don't take a picture with that guy. You'll look bad. I mean, he's that much in shape. It's shocking. We're talking ellipticals.
I was telling him before, if you go to youtube.com/@12WPHT, he was just sitting there, and his arm muscles were enormous. I go,
yeah, exactly. It's all that scotch lifting. But joining us is a better physical specimen than Jeff Van Drew. Squatch is with us here, flexing for the crowd here at Mulligan's, along with the handler, Colleen. So, Colleen, tell me, how does one handle Squatch?
Running after him really fast.
Okay.
Backing up really quickly. Squatch is just on the loose, and you never know what's going to happen.
Does Squatch ever talk at all? Is there any sound he might make here?
Oh, Squatch can make a lot of sounds. Go ahead, Squatch.
Is that a yes or no? If I asked a direct question, then you can translate. Was that what did that mean?
Well, so I've spent a lot of time listening to Squatch and understanding what's going on. So I think I have a pretty good grasp.
Yes.
If I get it wrong, he's going to let me know.
Okay, he's going to give us an answer. So, Squatch, why do this? Why suddenly appear here at the Jersey Shore? And why the Wildwoods? This would seem to fit in somewhere, I don't know, like Seaside Heights or something, I'm thinking, than the Wildwoods.
Okay, so we get this one a lot.
Yes.
And the biggest thing is Squatch loves the Wildwoods. This is his home. This is where he wants to be. He loves everything about it. And really wants to, make everybody else love it too.
Is that his Squatch? Is that your name at birth, or is this a name that you changed legally somehow or another in whatever world you came from?
Look, he has a name. I don't think that it would be easy to translate here.
Okay,
you can try.
Well, it just kind of sounds like, Go ahead, Sea Squatch. See?
Sea Squatch, are you a good superhero or are you a bad guy?
Oh, that's easy. See, he's ready.
See, look, he's giving you a pat. He's a good guy.
Thank you, Sea Squatch.
He's a very good guy,
Yes.
and he loves kids. And, you see him on the boardwalk, and kids are just coming up to him and fist bumping him.
I heard rumors that he was gnawing on the wood of the boardwalk, though, the other day. Is
Okay,
that
those
true?
are just rumors.
Oh, just rumors?
He, he was trying to get a toothpick big enough, to be able to get some of the seagull out of his teeth.
Maybe it was just a toothpick that people saw, and it was so big they thought it was a board from the boardwalk.
But, Colleen, Sea Squatch, our buddies at the tourism thing, when the interview was with the Inquirer, not our paper of record, we'll just note that, seemed to not want him to be saying he sleeps under the boardwalk, but I believe he does. I think I've seen sightings of him. Is that where you sleep?
Okay, so the official report is that we don't encourage anyone to sleep under the boardwalk. Now, we're working very diligently to be able to get a house for Sea Squatch. So he's been working with a local realtor to be able to afford his own place here.
Now, wait a minute, though. Sea Squatch is going to have to do a lot of commercials for Mulligan's or Talk Radio 1210 because to afford a house in the Wildwoods, Sea Squatch have some hidden inheritance from Mommy and Daddy.
He's working very diligently, and fortunately we have a lender that has a special Squatch program, first-time Squatch homeowners. Oh, you're selling locks of your hair? Okay.
Oh, all right. Anybody want a lock of the hair? We'll start the bidding right now.
Squatch is selling himself live on air.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Yeah, if you're on YouTube and you like what you see, you can make a bid here. That would be very helpful. Dan, you have a question for Sea Squatch?
I'm just wondering, the parents of Sea Squatch, where does was he just found one day here in Wildwood, or where the heck does he come from?
No. So actually, if you were following along with the Wildwood Sea Squatch Facebook page, you will see that his father made a very famous video walking. That was like out in the Pacific Northwest. So that's his dad.
Tell us where we find Sea Squatch for people at home coming to the Wildwoods.
Oh, see, the best thing to do, you're talking to a cryptid. This is an elusive creature.
Yeah.
Yes.
So follow along his
he's
Facebook
here.
page because a lot of times spur-of-the-moment announcements. He is an elusive creature, so you just have to stay tuned and he'll pop up.
Aha. Why Mulligan's then? We're honored, but why Mulligan's? What's here at Mulligan's? Is he a scotch drinker? Is he
well, he's pointing to everything. So.
Everything here. All right, endorsement for Mulligan.
I would say that probably because, fantastic crowd here. He's welcomed by everybody.
Oh, absolutely. Why this year, though? Why suddenly this summer season has Sea Squatch emerged?
Okay.
And, well, now, you know what? I wanted to get into the bigger stuff.
Okay.
We have kind of formed a bond, producer Dan and I, that we will do whatever we possibly can. I'm not sure if it's anything. That we think Sea Squatch should meet up with apparently his idol, the Fanatic.
Okay, so
yes, is that true?
That is like one of his big dreams, and really this year has been about like a lot of dreams. So he got to meet Sonny the Seagull and Maurice Pierce.
Right.
So that was, but his huge dream is he wants to meet the Philly Fanatic.
Why the Fanatic, Sea Squatch?
Exactly. I know. I see what you're saying. Okay. Let me see if I can translate this.
Yes. Thank you.
Because the Phillies, and the Fanatic is his hero, if you're in the Wildwoods, you are clearly a Phillies fan.
Absolutely. Does the Sea Squatch, though, look, the Fanatic is a fantastic dancer. Does the...
he can bust a move. There we go.
Okay, there we go. All right. Yes, so he does that. Can he ride a motorized vehicle at high speeds without injuring people?
No, I would say low speeds. He keeps it low speeds.
There's a lot of golf carts here. I could see Sea Squatch in a golf cart.
He's definitely signaling like motorcycle. I think that he'd prefer a motorcycle.
Motorcycle.
What's better than in between an inning having Sea Squatch on a golf cart versus the Fanatic on an ATV making a race in the outfield,
Exactly.
I think he would love to round the bases there with a Fanatic.
We're talking to Sea Squatch and his translator, his alter ego that helps the rest of us, Colleen. So, Colleen, how about your role as translator? How did that happen?
I met Sea Squatch one day near the seawall, and it seemed like he was misunderstood.
Okay.
He was so he just wanted to, he wanted to let everybody know how much he loves the Wildwoods, and you can imagine that when they saw this giant hairy creature, they were scared. So I struck up a conversation as best I could with him, Well,
I had a question too, C-Squash. If you hold him up, who does your nails, C-Squash? I mean, where do you go for your nailery? It looks like a pretty good job.
His mouth.
Well, I think you got the answer there, that he does it himself by chewing on them. So,
what's next now as we head into the meat of the summer, Colleen, for C-Squash?
Well, obviously he's going to pop up, every once in a while on the boardwalk, but he has made his formal announcement that he's running for president. So, Wildwood Squatch for president.
And on what kind of ticket? What is the issue, or what is it that he's running on?
That's very easy. It's his.
Make Wildwood great.
Make Wildwood great.
Make Wildwood great. All right.
Uniting everybody on both sides in the love of Wildwood.
I love that he's kind of learned.
Mulligans. Thank you, C-Squash. C-Squash, everyone. And Colleen, his handler/translator and campaign manager.
There you go.
Make Wildwood great again. Thank you, C-Squash. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Colleen. Thank you very much for coming out. All right, folks. And again, Colleen, where do we find C-Squash on Facebook?
Facebook. Go to Wildwood C-Squatch on Facebook.
Okay. Thanks, C-Squash, very much. All right. Right now, is it time for...
Yeah, let's do it.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Thank you guys very much.
Yeah, Dom, today we're playing for a copy of Rand Paul's, signed copy of Rand Paul's Deception, and it's a great time that we're having here at Mulligan's with a lot of whiskey, a lot of bourbon and scotch. So, Dom, I think we're going to play a cover song here, a very famous cover song. This is actually the famous version of the song, and it is indeed a cover. But, Dom, we want to know who it is today covering the song, the cover artist of this great classic, great blues classic. One bourbon, one scotch, one beer. Jim, why don't you pay that clue and see if we can get a winner?
I want one bourbon, one scotch, one beer, one bourbon, one scotch, one beer.
So, Dom, today we're just looking for the cover singer, the singer of that song. If you give us a singer, you win the great signed copy of Rand Paul's Deception. That's 855-839-1210. Dom's Money Melody, 855-839-1210. Looking for the singer of the cover song. One more time, Jim, give us that clue.
I want one bourbon, one scotch, one beer, one bourbon, one scotch, one beer.
So we want to know whose voice that is today, covering one bourbon, one scotch, one beer, 855-839-1210 to win a copy of Rand Paul's Deception, signed copy. Give us a ring now. Be back after the break.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Colonel Mannion, it is an absolute pleasure to speak with you again.
Yeah, it's great to be with you here. Having lost a son in defense of our freedoms means everything to me, Nick. You know, we're super proud of him, and his mom set up a small memorial fund, and before we knew it, she had grown it to a level that we never expected. Part of that was, Travis and who he was.
Colonel Tom Mannion joining us here on the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight, presented by Window Nation.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS has raised the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes in recent years. This hits hard if you're behind on your taxes. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. If you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is, getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance.
Legends in caregiving New Jersey families the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
LifeSurge is coming to Reading on Saturday, July 13th. Be inspired and equipped to grow your financial resources for Kingdom Impact, featuring leaders in faith and finance, including two-time National Football Champion Tim Tebow, Life Without Limbs Nick Vujicic, Duck Dynasty's Willie Robertson, football legend Brian Dawkins, pastor and author Craig Groeschel, plus worship artists Natalie Grant and Matthew West. That's LifeSurge, Saturday, July 13th. Tickets on sale at LifeSurge.com.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
That's right. Dom's Money Melody here on a Wednesday. And again, we'll have the answer to the side question. Put your name in the hat. I'll be here tomorrow and also on Friday with Dan. Let's hear the clue again, Jim.
I want one bourbon, one scotch, and one beer, one bourbon, one scotch, one beer.
All right, let's go to Colleen in Chalfont. Colleen, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Colleen, what's your answer?
Yes, hi, Dom. Is it George Thorogood?
That's it. Woo!
Nicely played,
Excellent.
Colleen. Good job. I'll put
Thank
you on
you.
hold, and we will get you the call. The Rand Paul book to you, and you are a winner today. So 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question. Great stuff from Jeff Van Drew here in Mulligan. And again, Mulligan's thanks to Scott of Mount Laurel, too, for the play-by-play. Let's go to Joe in Columbus, New Jersey. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Wish I was there with you guys today. On behalf of me, my friend Chris Ippolito and Sean, Lucas, we'd like to say hi to you and Johnny Z, two buddies of ours.
Well, thank you.
I want to know your take on this last ridiculously insane reaction by the media and Sonia Sotomayor. Because I've been saying, and I had to shake the cobwebs out of my head, for the last 7 years, I was hoping for some kind of breakdown like this, telling everybody and people telling me that when things go awry, when they turn against the Democrat Party, they're going to lose all their functions, and I think this is a blessing.
Yeah, it is. And as far as what they're saying about the immunity thing, we played you J-Town, and I'm going to keep on playing that, Joe, for everyone. Jeff Van Drew liked it, too, and wanted to make sure he had that, saying that when you went to bed on Sunday night of this week, the president had immunity. Biden, whoever the president is. When you woke up and then you saw the Supreme Court decision, it just amplified that. It clarified that. It didn't give anything new to a president that wasn't there. And the only reason it was answered is because of the lawfare aspect of this. That's the way to tell people what this is about.
But Joe Biden and his family should count their blessings after that rendering, too. I just think it was ridiculous, and I got to believe any rational thinking mind, when they hear somebody say Donald Trump could put a hit on somebody now, has to think that is well over the top.
Absolutely. All right, Joe, who couldn't you be in a room with or an elevator?
God, Whoopi Goldberg, has that been said yet?
Whoopi not said. I'll take Sonny Hostin off the board, too. That's worse than Whoopi to me or Joy Behar. Sonny Hostin and I would just clash. All right. Nikki Haley, for once, jabbing effectively at George Stephanopoulos, who has the big interview with President Biden on Friday. Believe me now, George? Because Haley was on with Stephanopoulos in a past interview over Biden's health cognitive decline, and Stephanopoulos was all over saying, prove it. You can't prove it. What was he saying? No, he was in the tank, and he's going to be in the tank again on Friday. That's what it's about. All righty, 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210. Yesterday when we had Jay Town on talking about this, he made a point that if it's President Biden or President Trump, and they gave an outrageous order to murder their political opponent, to the Navy SEALs or to Delta Team, big column today by people in the military saying, are you insane that you diminish the military in this manner? They would resist what would be an unlawful order. They're trained in it. They talk about it all the time. That would clearly be an unlawful order to murder an American citizen or a political opponent just out of the will of the president. That's not going to happen, and it makes it seem as if the military are just a bunch of zombies that are going to follow something like that. So Jay Town put it best. Presidents always had immunity. Now, what we need to see through the courts is to clarify some of these actions that are they official or are they private? And there might be some question on those, and those will be a matter for the judicial system. President Biden, it just as broken, is issued to his staff, 600 people or so. Clearly, I'm not getting out of this race. Now, I know you can say that that's what they have to say. I still believe he's not going to get out of the race. What's going to happen between now and whenever? The polling is horrible. In some states that we can't believe, like New Jersey, I don't see any way Trump can win New Jersey, but if they have to put resources into New Jersey, that is going to make things difficult for them. So states like New Mexico are in play, Virginia definitely in play. I didn't ask Jeff Van Drew, didn't want to put him on the spot here, but I will in the future about a VP choice. We're getting near the convention is just a week away from this coming Monday. So when are we going to get the VP choice? I favor J.D. Vance at this point. I think he would be more than adequate to prosecute the Trump case in America first. But love to get you in, 855-839-1210. Let's go to Bruce in the Northeast on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bruce, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, sounds like a good time there, my man. You know,
Bruce,
Dom,
when are we going to get you to Mulligan? Bruce, when are we going to get you to Mulligan's?
One of these days I'm going to hitchhike down there and I'll take it.
Oh, by the voice, right away when you come in the door.
Dom, I want to take a minute here to honor the late, great Jerry Blavitt, the Gator with the heater, who on this day, it would have been his 84th birthday, and he's sorely missed, but his legacy lives on through his music. And like the Four Tops sang, it's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. And God bless Jerry. I just wanted to get that in on his birthday.
I saw him perform over at the Golden Nugget. He had that whole outdoor thing when he was about 81 or 82. It was hard to believe he could dance like that. So, Bruce, it plays into this thing with Biden. It's not a question of age. Bernie Sanders is a lot more coherent, energetic, et cetera. He's 84 with a heart condition. It's Biden who's had cognitive decline for quite a period of time. It's not an ageism thing. It's a Biden thing that's going on.
Yep, it's Biden. It's the person himself, because there's lots of cognitive, 80, 81, 91 people doing good. But I got my question for today. The answer, was, you remember the comedian Gilbert Gottfried?
Yes, he was in studio at our old radio station where we were, and we had to almost take him out of there because of some of the comments on the air. Yes, Gilbert Gottfried's voice.
the most annoying voice you can imagine, you know? Just listening to him would drive you nuts if you were locked in somewhere.
That's one of the first mails we've had today, Gilbert Godfrey. All right, that's the side question. We've introduced you to Drew of Upper Darby today, Dave of Somerset, Rich of Westchester, a lot of the regulars out here. The Earl of Tacony, though, is also here. And again, thanks to Scott of Mount Laurel for having fun with us doing our scotch tasting. Who knows what we'll do on the last Mulligan's event this year, which is toward the end of August. Already have some ideas. If we get one of those flyers here, it would have to be a beer drinking thing. That might be, I don't see them tasting scotch. That's one of the ideas I have in mind. All right, 855-839-1210. We can get you in. Of course, obligatory July 4th cookout. How much are things up? And it's random. It is incredible the number of items from 3 or 4 years ago in the Biden administration to now. It's up again about 3% year over year. And just the cost of, I'm looking at the annual look from July 4th from Farmers. The Farmers Group says this year 2 pounds of ground beef will cost an average of $12.77, up more than $1 or 11% from last year. Now that's already up an unbelievable amount from the beginning of the Biden reign until now. How much can America handle with this guy, and how much worse would it get? That's kind of getting drowned out at this point just because of the inability to even remotely show that you can be president. So we have the interview on Friday. Dan and I will be here tomorrow, live on July 4th. And then on Friday, the interview will start to appear over the weekend. It's taped, though, edited. Is Stephanopoulos being brought in to help prop Biden up or to take him out? I still think it's to prop him up, but who knows what kind of games are going on with Stephanopoulos. He's a Clinton person, but there's no way they would go to Hillary, right? It appears one thing is solid based upon everything that I can tell you. As predicted, even more than I thought, they're saying if it's not Biden, it's got to be Kamala. You can't jump over her. I don't even know at this point if you can jump over with Michelle Obama, who's not going to get in. There's polling out there indicating Michelle Obama would win. We'll see when she gets in the race if that's the case. All right, we're going to take all of your calls, so now's a good time to start to line up. 855-839-1210. Still time to see you over here at Mulligan's. 310 West Hildreth Avenue, right across from the Academy in the heart of Wildwood. The Earl of Tacony will be with me here, too. His fans are still remembering 2 weeks ago the Leisure Suit performance. 4th of July, this Thursday, right? Are you all set? Well, you have to make just one call to Captain Chucky's. Check out all the new wild shrimp scampi ravioli. Roe and I had it on Monday night. Fabulous. With a kick. Chucky's is teaming up with Vera Pasta, offering lobster, crab, and now wild shrimp ravioli. Remember to order the brand new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake, the Bang Bang Crab Cake for the 4th. It's perfect. This is a delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick. For those who like to spice it up with some heat, check your store for availability. Perfect time to check out all of Captain Chucky's offerings, those mushrooms, various salads, stuffed mushrooms. And there's literally breaded or non-breaded crab cakes, a crab cake for everybody. Dessert, soup, sides, appetizers. They use only the highest quality ingredients. Their Gulf shrimp, a huge hit. Always wild caught, never farm raised. My favorite, those delicious Dom rolls. So visit Captain Chucky's. There's a location near you. Captain Chucky's Crab Cakes. Go to WeLoveCrabCakes.com, WeLoveCrabCakes.com. By the way, if you're coming to Wildwood, anywhere near Wildwood, 5th and New Jersey Avenues, in the Beach Bowls establishment, there's a pop-up Captain Chucky's. And if you're coming to the Jersey Shore, go to CaptainChucky'sAtTheShore.com.
Weather sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
The pleasant air mass will continue for one more day. Plenty of sunshine today. It'll be hot but still not humid, high 86. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 68. And the humidity increases for Independence Day. Partly sunny and hot with a late day shower or storm possible with a high near 90.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navien's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Don't miss Borgata's $1.5 million Summer Showdown. Now through August 31st, 1,500 winners will earn a share of $1.5 million. Plus, 2 lucky players will win a 2024 Ford Bronco or Jeep Rubicon. Earn entries for drawings held every Saturday, including 2 grand prize drawings on July 27th and August 31st. The $1.5 million Summer Showdown, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Players must be present to win. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up 1 flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, President of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Broadcasting live from the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
All right, downtime from Mulligan's. Almost the last roundup today, so if you're headed toward Wildwood, be sure to stop into Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. And joining us, 2 of our stalwarts, Dave from Somerset, and of course the Earl of Tacony. Without the leisure suit today, we're still working on the side question 2. at 855-839-1210. So, Dave, Somerset's pretty far away.
Yeah, it's about 2.5 hours.
Oh, there you go. That's a little bit of a ride to Wildwood. How did you get to be a listener with all those central? First of all, are you in central? There is no central Jersey, right?
I realized that when I said I was in Central Jersey, I was like, oh boy, Dom's going to bring that up. So
exactly.
I would then consider it North Jersey. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
But no, I started listening to the station, and I tell everybody I listened to 1 week of, who replaced Rush.
Right.
And it just didn't work. And I started listening to. I knew about your show, and I listened to you a little bit, and I said, it's entertaining. He's topical, and he makes sense. So, been a listener since.
Well, thank you, Dave. Very nice.
You're welcome.
Big shoes to fill. And, of course, one of the reasons it's so entertaining is the Earl of Tacony, along with 5 or 6 of these other guys that have made it that way. So, Earl, what are you thinking today? You had a lot of requests to come up with a Kamala Harris song. How's that going?
I have that, but first off, you've been hating on me all day. My father does have the My Fellow Slippers. And I do love me a cheesesteak hoagie, so I will fight for that.
All right, but Mike Lindell, Dan, might be my winner today as being trapped in the room if he's going to be the Giza sheets. All right, that's kind of funny the first time.
David Somerset does have an answer if you want.
Yes.
Ted Stryker from the movie Airplane.
Yes.
Who would want to be in a room with him because everybody tried to kill themselves on the plane when he started talking to them.
How about you, Earl? What's yours today? You had time to ponder it.
I'm going to go with the guy that used to have your time slot on another network, Al Franken. I mean, I got through 2 pages of Rush Limbaugh's a big fat idiot. I got through 15 minutes of Air America, and God forbid you should pass out from boredom in the elevator, and you wake up and Al Franken's there giving you a feel.
And that station, that station had Rachel Maddow, I think, followed him or was on afterward. They don't get talk radio. It was the fact checker type. Let's call in the fact checkers here.
No, the thing is between conservative and liberal radio is, when I listen to the radio, everything you say is a lie. You have to convince me that you're telling the truth. You don't just say, Donald Trump wants to do this or Joe Biden does this. You explain it as it goes through. When I listen to Al Franken spent 15 minutes saying, George Bush sucks. He sucks. Boy, George Bush, he sucks. And it's like, why, Al? Why do you feel that way? And liberal media doesn't do that. They just give you the talking points because you've got me on Twitter now, and I keep seeing all these people that argue, and they just go with the talking points. When you ask them, could you give me some details? What is it that you don't like? And they can't give you an answer because it's never been explained to them. They just get the bullet points, and that's it. You give us the bullet point, and then you say, because, and then you go through every reason why you believe what you believe, and you convince us. Do we believe you? Do we not?
Well, it's such an easy medium, too. You guys know because you're such big listeners. I tell people all the time, it's relatively easy because the rest of the media, it's not only is just giving us this kind of doctrine, but these things that we talk about that we're excited about, the fun of it, they don't get any of that. There's no fun. There's no events like we've just had today where we had Jeff Van Drew, conduit to Trump, drinking scotch, followed by sea squash here with us, in addition to all the serious stuff that's happening. And the bond of listeners, and Dan has really cultivated this, is better than anything I've ever been part of in 37 years of talk radio.
I don't think they've ever had somebody sing a song about Kamala Harris.
Are you ready to go?
Yes, I can do that.
I didn't know that. I see him taking out a little crib sheet there.
Are we doing a cappella?
Yes.
Right. Do you need something? Where's the band? Oh, we don't have the band this time around.
I just stole
All
a
right,
t-shirt.
folks, the Earl of Tacony without a leisure suit, his poetic put-together song for the next president, Kamala Harris.
Try to do my worst Neil Diamond impression if I can.
Okay.
So cackling Kamala, have you heard? She's building a South, she's making it out of words. Does it every day. What'd she say? Today is tomorrow, tomorrow's today, yesterday.
That's all on the spot here at Mulligan's. And where do we get your Christmas songs? We're expecting them. I know you're working diligently on them for this coming year.
Blame me.
Yes, we have the first Christmas album out. Sales are through the roof. I think we have 4 downloads, and I've downloaded it twice, so there's that. We're still working on the contractually obligated second-rate second album. We're working on that. That should be out probably within the next month or so. And then we're going to have the Christmas album. We're going to try and get that out before the election, on the off chance that Joe Biden wins. I want to try and get as many digs in as I can.
Don't put that out in the universe. Jeez.
Well, keep him there for now. Let's keep that alive that he might win. I want Joe Biden in. Do you want Joe Biden to stay in?
Well, I'd be out of a job if he lost.
Okay.
There is
Dave,
that. But I mean,
Biden stay in?
It's 300 million votes.
Stay in because you're comparing 2 presidencies against each other.
Exactly. That's the first time we've been able. That's a great point that we've been able to do that. Versus somebody who can promise, if it's Harris, for example, to do Venn diagrams all that she wants.
Yep.
That point of comparison, and I don't think the Trump people quite get that. I would do it even more, the side-by-side on that, because there's no getting around that. It's not like the usual presidential battle.
And he can't run away from last Thursday.
Right. Well,
the
that's
optics were the same. It's the same as 1960, Kennedy versus Nixon.
Yeah.
It's there for everyone to see.
I don't understand. I mean, I could have given some suntanning tips if he wanted to do that. You know, that counts. Nixon was campaigning, as you know, in 50 states, was all messed up and put some bad makeup on. Kennedy was sunning on a roof, allegedly, with a lot of women and looked great, and that's how it won.
Worked out.
Dave, thanks for coming all the way from
thank you
Somerset.
for having
Pleasure
me.
to meet you.
Thanks
Earl,
for letting me be with the Earl.
Oh, the Earl of Tacony. Coming up, it is the lightning round so that we get a winner here today from Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue. Hey there, folks. We have some exciting news from Rescue Natural Supplements. They're having a sale of epic proportions in honor of Independence Day. Now through July 4th, use the code FREEDOM to snag 45% off 4 or more of your favorite products. You can mix and match single bottles, boost your heart health, strengthen immunity, lift energy levels, or try all-natural sleep aids. To order, call 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483, and speak to a rescue product consultant, or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. It's never too late or too early to fortify your body and health. Rescue's Independence Day sale ends Thursday, July 4th, so don't miss out. Remember, shop res-q.com. Use the code FREEDOM. Again, the code is FREEDOM for 45% off 4 or more single bottles. Do it today.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Colonel Tom Mannion. Travis had an opportunity to get into the Naval Academy. While he was there, 9/11 happened. He and all his classmates, they were inspired to go defend our freedom. 2007, we lost him. He was caught in an enemy ambush with he and his Marines. He was credited with saving the entire patrol.
Colonel Tom Mannion, thank you so much for everything you have done, for everything you continue to do.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy 2, get 2 free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania.
Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, that's right. Be ready to go. By the way, everyone here at Mulligan's, our last segment, and July 4th, tomorrow, Mark Levin is with us. Would like to wish everyone a happy July 4th. Mark!
Oh, Dom Giordano, thank you very much. And everybody at Mulligan's, eat, drink, and be merry, and happy 4th of July. That's right, I said it.
All right,
Happy
then.
4th, Mark.
And is Howard Stern going to wish everyone a happy 4th of July here at Mulligan's?
Hey, Dom, look, I know that there's been a lot of issues right now, but let's just bury the hatchet, have some scotch, and you know what? They stole that bit from me, Robin.
All right, thank you, Mark. Is there anybody else in the booth with the two of you?
Oh, so why did Bruce say that I was annoying, that I had an annoying voice? You know what? Let me tell you something. Some people, just because he calls on a phone that actually works, and he's going to criticize me.
Thanks, Gilbert.
Thank you, Gilbert. Have a happy 4th of July. Let's go to Pat here in the Lehigh Valley, where Dr. Jill Biden was just the other day. Hey, Pat, good afternoon. Who's that annoyance you can't be in an elevator with?
A stinky person. Recently, American Airlines threw out a person along with other people because they couldn't figure out who it was. I don't know why they threw them all out for their offensive body odor. But my husband had that experience years ago. He actually got up and...
Wait a minute, he had the experience of the body odor or the guy with the body odor there?
Well, yeah. Yeah,
both.
He got up and moved.
All right, thank you, Pat.
A stinky person. That's a great answer.
That's a great. That might be outside the box. Greta back with us, and this is
the Big Gretch.
Yeah, the big Gretch. Yeah, the big Gretch, like Whitmer. Hey, Greta, welcome in. Who do you have today, Greta?
RFK Jr.
You want to hear this for a couple hours.
Well, it's a disability, so.
It is. I know that, but it's still annoying nonetheless. And God help us, we won't have him.
Oh, okay. Well, and then there's the dog picture. You can look that up. Jim's got a good one. I've interviewed this guy once in person in the Phillies dugout. He was a nice guy, but it got a little heated. Who do you have, Jim?
Oh, how about Rob Reiner? The real meathead. Let me tell you.
Yeah, we were right there near Howard and Utley and all that, and it started to break out a little ideological.
Did he smell? I feel like you combined Pat's answer to
he
that.
was fine when we're talking baseball.
He looks like a stinky person.
I didn't bring up the ideology, but he said, what about Russian collusion? We were off to the races. Bill in Bucks. Yeah, this is somebody very annoying. Bill, who's yours?
Well, she's a former Wyoming congresswoman.
who basically did some anti-Republican things, Liz Cheney.
Yeah, when Liz Cheney makes that sad face, it's tough. It really is. Charlie in northern Pennsylvania. All right, Charlie, final hitter. Who's yours?
Kramer from Seinfeld used to get into convulsions when he heard Mary Hart's voice.
True, there was a whole Mary Hart thing. Not John Tesh, but Mary Hart. All right, that's a good one. All right, Dan, a lot of contenders today. It was a good question. And just a note, we'll be on tomorrow, noon until 2. I'll be in the Dom Dome. I think you'll be downtown.
I think I'll be off.
Oh, you're off now?
Yeah, I'm gonna be off
okay.
tomorrow.
All right, I know
Yeah,
that.
sorry
So
about
somebody
that.
else will be in there with me. Jim, is that
you know what? I'm going to be here, Don. I'm actually going to be working. So Dan's off and Howard's working.
Yes.
Definitely.
Howard Stern, sit in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to be running the board,
The
Don.
whole show with Howard as your sidekick.
All right, thank you. It's a whole show we've been pitching at. So, Dan, who are the contenders here today?
Pat and Lehigh Valley had a stinky person. I thought that one was good. Earl always coming in on top
Yes.
with Al Franken, a fantastic answer today. Bruce with Gilbert Gottfried. Susan first in with Rachel Levine. We had Whoopi Goldberg. Rob Reiner looks like a smelly person. I really think Pat and Lehigh Valley, though, with the generic out-of-the-box answer of just a stinky person in general.
Yeah, we should have knocked that off and said it can't be a stinky person. And she had a plane flight and her husband got off or was, yeah. Can you
Pat Lehigh
imagine
Valley.
overseas trip next to somebody like that? And if you say anything, oh, man, that could be big trouble. All right, that's the winner today. We'll put that into the hat. We'll do it again tomorrow, noon. I think noon until 2, and then special programming from 2 until 3. We'll see you then. Thanks to everybody here at Mulligan's. Thanks to Dan. Thanks to Tommy McDonald for keeping us going. If you remember, last year in July around this time, if you were here at Mulligan's, there was a power blackout across the Wildwoods. But we stayed on the air thanks to car batteries and other magic that was miraculous to see. Johnny Z and Mulligan's, though, always a good time here. Next time we're here is at the end of August, although working on some other things before that. And again, big news will continue into tomorrow. Earl, any parting words from you? Any words of wisdom here?
Have a safe and happy 4th of July. And light the fuse and throw it quick.
All right. Thank you
Good piece of
for
advice
that
there.
wisdom. If you want to follow on Twitter until you get through 4th of July, it's at
Don't
Dom
want to
Show.
explode now.
It's at Dom Show 1210. Feeling no effects of that scotch.
No?
And it wasn't bad. The scotch was better
A
than
little bit of smoky flavor, right?
Yeah, the bourbon is horrible. Let's face it, Grandpa. It's like paint thinner.
Aw.
No way. The scotch was fine. It's brutal.
A listener
Those guys
reaction
are
here at the
drinking
bar on
bourbon.
that one, Dom.
The bourbon drinking. All right.
Show of hands. Who likes bourbon? All
Yeah,
right.
the one guy who's falling off the bar stool over there. Come on. All right, enjoy the rest of the day, everyone. Rich Cioli Show
Thank
next.
you.
Thanks, everybody here. Thanks for joining us at Mulligan's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Time! Great workout, Rock.
I'll hit the showers.
Not anymore, Rock. I went to Half Price Hot Tubs and got a nice hot tub and infrared sauna.
Hey, yo, Mick, how many rounds did you go to get that deal?
At Half Price Hot Tubs, you always get the best price on the best brands with more inventory than you have sequels.
I'll get one for me and Buckus.
Half Price Hot Tub sale ends soon. Save an additional $500 and get our unique chemical-free system at 0% financing.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
As a doctor, I see patients every day who are losing their vision and independence to age-related macular degeneration, also known as AMD. It's the leading cause of blindness in adults 55 and older. Some of us are at greater risk for AMD. If you have blurry vision or blind spots, they can be symptoms of AMD. If left untreated, it can lead to blindness. The good news? With early detection, AMD can be managed with effective clinically approved treatments that can reduce or even reverse some vision loss. Learning that you have AMD can be scary, but there's hope and help. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is researching and developing treatments and cures for AMD. To get your free AMD information packet, contact the Foundation Fighting Blindness today at 1-800-BLINDNESS. That's 1-800-BLINDNESS. Join the fight against AMD, because together there is a cure in sight.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-578-2415. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-578-2415 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. That's 800-578-2415. To see if you qualify, that's 800-578-2415.
I'm Monica Ricks. More questions today at the White House over President Biden's ability to run for re-election.
Is President Biden considering stepping down?
Absolutely not. And you heard, I believe, directly from the campaign as well.
That's Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre following a number of meetings today between Biden and Democrats. CBS's Nancy Cordes.
We're hearing from governors like Governor Pritzker of Illinois. They still support him. They respect him, but they're now saying things like it's his decision, and if he remains the nominee, they support him. That is a small but crucial difference, a sign that these governors, like a lot of Democratic leaders, want to give the president the time and the space to figure this out, but that they're growing a little more concerned and willing to say so publicly about what happened on Thursday night.
Jamaica's bracing for a hard hit now from Hurricane Beryl. CBS's Tom Hansen's in Montego Bay.
We are looking at some heavy rain, fierce winds, potentially up to a foot of rain. Another major concern here is going to be, of course, that catastrophic storm surge that has already done serious damage where this storm has made landfall.
At least 6 people have died. A gender ID ruling could affect health care for some in the South.
A district judge in Mississippi sided with 15 Republican-led states which sued, claiming the gender identity discrimination rule exceeds the Biden administration's authority. The rule claimed a federal prohibition on sex discrimination extends to discrimination against transgender people. It was set to take effect Friday. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
Holiday travel could hit record numbers this week. CBS Minneapolis reporter Pauline Lee.
Airport travel isn't expected to peak until Friday, but here at MSP International, we're already starting to see those long lines. Now, traveling by car today and Sunday are going to be your busiest days, and traveling anytime this holiday weekend, it's going to be big for several reasons. Number one, tickets are expected to be a little cheaper than this time last year, and gas prices are also cheap.
The nationwide average now $3.51 a gallon. Your holiday barbecue could be cheaper too.
Wells Fargo puts the average price to make a classic cheeseburger at $2.19 each.
Well, when you look at making that burger, yeah, it's just about where it was a year ago.
Economist Michael Swanson says lower potato prices mean potato salad is cheaper, and beer is only up 1.2% from a year ago.
That's CBS's Bradley Blackburn. Pink canceled her show tonight in Switzerland. She made the announcement on Instagram after meeting with her doctor, but didn't exactly say why. Tickets will be refunded. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SAVE, or text SAVE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code SAVE.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text SAVE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
A pair of star rookies are set to take on the WNBA's best.
Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese will team up on the WNBA All-Star team and face the U.S. Olympic team led by Asia Wilson and Breanna Stewart. The pair of rookies was selected by a combination of votes from the media, fans, players, and the league's 12 coaches to play in Phoenix on July 20th. The U.S. team, which will be going for an 8th consecutive Olympic gold medal in Paris later this month, also features Brittany Griner and Diana Taurasi. Taurasi will be vying for a record 6th Olympic gold medal. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Shark Week kicks off on Sunday on Discovery Channel. The popular week-long TV event will feature 21 hours of new programming this year with a focus on female sharks. John Cena will host and kick things off with an hour-long special called Belly of the Beast, Bigger and Bloodier. Shark Week scored its second highest ratings in years last year with an average 22 million viewers. Monica Ricks, CBS News.
Whatever happened to Tony Horton, the guy who created the revolutionary P90X?
2017, I was knocked down. A very rare type of shingles that went straight into my brain. My body was completely wasting away. I started researching everything related to building my muscle back again. That's when I learned about the potential of HMB plus vitamin D3 and what they can do when it comes to helping build new muscle.
So Tony developed high-impact protein by Power Life.
Just add 1 scoop of high-impact protein to a glass of water or your morning smoothie and enjoy the effects of that boss molecule and factory worker combination. Reshaping your body each and every day. More energy, burn more fat, and probably drop a few pounds along the way.
High-impact protein by Power Life is a tasty once-a-day powder that comes in either whey or plant protein. Go to mypowerlife.com and use code HORTON to save 30%. Tony even offers a 90-day guarantee. Go to mypowerlife.com or text HORTON to 511-511. Text HORTON to 511-511 today. All individuals are unique. Your results can and will vary. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
Weather sponsored by Wawa.
Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest. Get $5 shorties and $6 classics. Always built to order with meats, cheeses, and veggies you love. Get your favorite hot or cold hoagie or try something new. Only at Wawa Hoagie Fest.
Join Team Kale and Company once again this year for the Bend to Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 21st. From Philly to Atlantic City, you can do the ride or just donate to support the cause. Visit bendtoshore.org. That's Ben, the number 2, shore.org. Let's show everyone how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. SBBCF provides financial relief for the families of fallen fallen and injured first responders and supports the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth. Sponsored by Gelman Law. Need a criminal defense attorney or personal injury? Visit GelmanLawFirm.com.
The pleasant air mass will continue for one more day. Plenty of sunshine today. It'll be hot but still not humid, high 86. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 68. And the humidity increases for Independence Day. Partly sunny and hot with a late day shower or storm possible with a high near 90.
WPHT, HD, WOGL, HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The revolution will be broadcast. This is the next generation of talk. Now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Rich Zeoli
is on vacation still. It's Michael Pelkey for my buddy Rich Zeoli. Happy July 3rd, Independence Day Eve. Yeah, it's an important day. And I can tell you because I've been outside working on a problem for the last hour and a half, and I really have been disconnected from the news until about 8 minutes ago. I have no idea what's been going on other than it's a beautiful day outside. And if you can, put the Odyssey app on your phone and take us outside with you, or drive with the windows open and enjoy this great day. There's a lot of traffic out there too, but I had a fence problem that I've been dealing with. I'm not sure if I've solved it either. But you know what they say, good fences make good neighbors. I have a really good neighbor because this fence is good, but I had a problem with it today. Anyway, a lot going on today. Thank you for being here. 855-839-1210 is the number. We'll talk about anything you want to talk about. I have maybe going to share with you some classic 4th of July barbecue tips if I can call on the ghost of my late friend Carl Ruiz, Chef Ruiz, who passed away about, almost 5 years ago now. But if you watch Guy's Grocery Games, you know who he is, or if you've listened to my show in the past, you know who he is. Carl and I did a discussion one day about what you really should do for your barbecue. And I think I have it. We should pull it out of the vault. But I also have a couple of other important things, guests today that we're going to talk to. And really glad you're here because these are all vital topics. Yes, we're going to talk about what's going on with Biden. We'll speculate because right now it feels like everybody thinks it's going to be Kamala. I don't think so. But I have thoughts about that too. But we're going to talk with one of the Moms for Liberty. You know, the Moms for Liberty. You've heard of the Moms for Liberty. They've been doing great work on making sure that kids basically are taken care of and not being used by the schools. Tiffany Justice of Moms for Liberty is going to talk to us because they just made a huge win on the Biden administration's attempt to change Title IX. So Tiffany's going to join us in about a half an hour. And since tomorrow is the 4th of July, and I'll be in for Kale and Company tomorrow morning, that's right, 6 to 10 a.m., I will have about 20 minutes of nap time today. Since tomorrow's the 4th of July, I reached out to a guy who has an incredible podcast. His name is Lee Habib. Do you know the name Lee Habib? If you watch Laura Ingram's show on Fox, the guy she mentions all the time is somebody she went to law school with. His name is Lee Habib, and they actually set up Laura's first radio show a bazillion years ago. And now he's got a podcast. He also has a radio show, but his podcast is called Our American Stories. And they're just great stories, and it is a diverse pile of stories with a little bit of faith behind it, a little bit of patriotism behind it. So who doesn't like that? So we'll talk to Lee Habib for a couple minutes today. And since something happened yesterday in China, while we're all wondering if Joe Biden got pudding on his tie today, which he probably did, The rest of the world is laughing at us, and it really bothers me that the rest of the world's laughing at us and troubles me because China and Russia and Iran and North Korea, well, they're all plotting our destruction and the end of America. Really, they are. It's not an exaggeration. And yesterday, China did something very aggressive against Taiwan. So at 6 o'clock, we're going to talk to Gordon G. Chang on Twitter. And we'll have him live on the show today to get an update on what's going on. And I need to know what Gordon thinks is going to happen with the election as well. Does he think that Biden, because he knows things, but he's very, very connected internationally. And then a couple days ago, we had Dr. Roizen was on briefly with us talking about the dengue fever, the mosquito-borne illness that I'm terrified of. And I know a lot of people are terrified of dengue fever. It's fun to say, isn't it? Dr. Roizen reached out about the Biden thing. And I said, can I ask you a question about it? Can I ask you a question about dementia and Alzheimer's and all of that stuff? And he said, yeah, nothing's out of bounds. So at 5 o'clock, when we do the Drive at 5, that half hour of uninterrupted talk right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the Drive at 5 today, brought to you by our friends at Rizzoli's Happy Place, the Grand Hotel at Cape May. We are going to have Dr. Roizen here, and I am going to pull no punches, and he will pull no punches. And we're going to talk about what the hell's going on with our president. And I want to know, is there a test? Can you get blood from somebody or urine from somebody and run it through a machine and say, yep, that guy's got dementia, his brain isn't working? I want to know if there's some kind of indicator that we can look to. So we'll have Dr. Roizen at 5 o'clock, Gordon Chang at 6 o'clock, Lee Habib sometime, whenever he's done, because he's in the middle of doing stuff. And we will have Tiffany from Moms for Liberty joining us. Tiffany Justice from Moms for Liberty joining us in less than 30 minutes, because I want to talk about this victory they had. The Biden administration, they really, really, really are going to put their foot down on the gas pedal if they get a second term, if Kamala ends up being whoever the Democrats put into office. They will put their foot to the floorboard on this and just floor it and try and get to as many of the policies, these destructive policies that are essentially turning us into slaves. They're the ones who are saying, those crazy Republicans, they love the slavery. No, you're the people who invented it. You're the people who kept it going. You gave us the KKK. You gave us the closed schools. You wanted segregation of everybody. But we'll talk about this, because what the Biden administration was trying to do to Title IX, Moms for Liberty has interrupted it. I have so many things I want to talk to, especially on all these topics. And then I just have a host of other things that are on my list today. And you are on my list today. Each one of you are on my list today, because the list is life, as they say. I'm a little ebullient today, and that's your first SAT word of the day, in case you're keeping track. Bill Dinsky, he likes to call me out for some of the language I use and say, that's an SAT word. I'm a ebullient because overnight we got the first look at the post-debate polls. And what makes me ebullient, what makes me happy, is no doubt freaking out the left. For example, in Colorado, before the debate, the margin between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, Biden had a 3.7% margin in the state of Colorado. After the debate, it's less than 2%. That's within the margin of error. In Minnesota, or as they say there, Minnesota. In Minnesota, before the debate, Biden had a 2.4% lead over Donald Trump. After the debate, it's less than 0.5%. It's 0.4. That is a 2 percentage point drop just since the debate. In Maine, in the state of Maine, Biden had a 2.2% lead over Donald Trump. Since that debate, that lead is now 0.2%. There's no lead there. New Mexico, Biden had almost 2%. He had a 1.9%. That's down to half a point. Virginia, where everybody says it's basically tied because it's within the margin of error, but technically Biden held a 1.5% lead over Trump, and now Trump leads by 2 percentage points, 2.1. That's gigantic. In New Hampshire, Biden had a 0.5 percentage point lead, and now that's gone, and Trump is 2.3% ahead. In Wisconsin, the same situation. This is now a post-debate margin, which is 4 percentage points to Donald Trump's advantage in Wisconsin, a swing state. In Nebraska, 4.3% up for Trump. Michigan, this is a gigantic one. In Michigan, it's almost 7% to Trump's favor. Pennsylvania, hello. Anybody here interested in Pennsylvania numbers? Yeah, it's now 7.3% favoring Donald Trump. Nevada, 8.8%. Arizona, 9.7%. Georgia, 10%. Swing state of Georgia, 10% favor towards Trump. And North Carolina, a state the Democrats were saying, oh, we think we can do this. 10.6% favoring Trump. These are amazing numbers. And this is just since the debate. Just since the debate. Get ready. If we can just keep our heads, if we can just stay on this path, if we can keep moving forward in the same direction, we are going to have a victory, not just at the presidential level, but also at the House and the Senate level, which means we would control Congress, both houses of Congress and the White House. And that reality, though, will scare the absolute hell out of the Democrats, and they will resort to the most desperate things imaginable. They will be absolutely insane, and they will say whatever they can. I watched a little bit of Joy Reid last night, and the stuff that they're putting forward is crazy. So this is only the beginning. But the question at hand, where is the Democrat nominee standing today? Joe Biden had a briefing, presidential daily briefing. I know that the PDB, as it's called, used to happen very early in the morning under the Bush presidencies. I don't know when it happened for Donald Trump, but I know folks who actually briefed Bush, and they said he was an early guy. He wanted that PDB before 8 o'clock in the morning. Joe Biden's PDB today was at 11:30 this morning. 11:30. And if you looked on the president's schedule, Kamala Harris was also in the PDB. Gee, yesterday we learned from Karine Jean-Pierre that Kamala and Joe really hadn't talked since the debate. So why is she attending the president's daily briefing? That's interesting, isn't it? And then Joe's got a Medal of Honor ceremony today that he's presiding over in a little bit, and he's going to be having a teleprompter there, and then he has a meeting that's closed to the media today, this afternoon. Actually, it's at 6 o'clock with the Democrat governors. And I wonder what's going to happen there. We'll talk about all of it. We'll get into all of it. And you're welcome to join the conversation at 855-839-1210. It is 21 minutes after 3 o'clock on a Wednesday that feels like a Friday to most of us, right? Not to me, not to Andrew. We're working. We're going to be working tomorrow. So since it feels like a Friday to most people, I can't say Friday-luya, but I can say Wednesday-luya. Wednesday-luya to you. It's Mike Opelka in for Zioli on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking that we're at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
We'll get down to 70 overnight, partly cloudy conditions. For tomorrow, July 4th, mostly cloudy with a high of 92. Friday, that's when we'll probably see some thunderstorms with a high of 90. Saturday, more thunderstorms are possible. Sunday, partly cloudy with a high of 94.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Escape to the Cascade post-game concert presented by Jim Beam following the Phillies game against Cleveland on Saturday, July 27th at 6:05. Your game ticket is your concert ticket, and field passes are available at phillies.com/theme nights. Join us as we honor the late, great former Phillies president and CEO David Montgomery on Toyota Phillies Wall of Fame night, Saturday, August 17th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Nats. Order tickets now at phillies.com.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Dawn Stensland here. You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and tub shower conversion, you're going to love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty. Right now, Kitchen Magic offering 30% off select door styles and colors. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
We all have bad habits. Some procrastinate, others are extremely disorganized. But what are some of the bad financial habits that are holding back Americans from achieving their savings and investment goals? Today, I'll tell you the worst habit all savers and investors face and the best way to overcome it. But first, think about where you learned to manage money. According to recent statistics, you most likely learned about your finances at home or from watching your parents or older siblings. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau reported that parents were found to be critical in forming their children's financial literacy. When parents have bad money habits, they pass those habits on to their children. And that's according to a study from asset management firm T. Rowe Price. If you're a parent, here are 3 good habits to instill in your children to give them a good financial start. 1. Have your children research student loan options to understand the impact those decisions will have on their future. 2. Have them get a credit card and pay the balance due every month to build early credit. 3. Do not have them turn down minimum wage jobs, especially if it's in their chosen profession. This will give them experience and income. Now, as promised, what's the worst financial habit for parents and children alike? It's called instant gratification. Many people, young or old, are guilty of this because we all live in a world where we want everything and we want it now. This is why, time and time again, investors get burned on the stock market because they refuse to follow the cardinal rule of investing. Buy low, sell high. They never sell. They're always after bigger gains and more gratification. Now, the best way to overcome this, and the simplest, is to exercise discipline and delay that gratification. Don't get sucked in by the possibility of receiving instant gratification and gains today that can disappear tomorrow. That's gambling. Find an investment that is guaranteed to grow your money and never step back. That's peace of mind.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. and Sunday at 1 p.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rich Cioli from the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter, on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It is a Thursday. It's Wednesday. Am I a little hot here, Andrew? It sounds like I'm coming in hot. Am I too loud? Okay, thank you. I know it's radio. We're very professional today, but I'm remote. Andrew's not, and after Dom was in, I want to make sure we're trying to get everything right. How about that? They had fun at their Mulligan's. He just put a Dom studio in there. And let them do their show once every 2 weeks from in there. It'd be great. And have a Dom drink. There needs to be a Dom Giordano cocktail. Maybe there already is. I know Ro wanted a pina colada, but maybe they've got one already. We shall see. We have a guest coming up in just a few minutes from the Moms for Liberty group. And it's an important day because we have breakthroughs. You have this Biden administration that has been trying to undermine parenting for so long, and we're finally starting to break through. Even while Joe Biden is still in the White House, even though he may not know he's in the White House, so it's going to be a big day for us with all of the stuff that's happening. Now, do you believe that Joe Biden's going to get out today or Friday with the George Stephanopoulos interview? I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think they're going to try everything they can to try and hold on to power. Everything possible. And so the onus is going to be on... Hang on a second. The onus is going to be on the Bidens to prove that Joe is clear-headed. But hold on here. Andrew, I'm sending you a message briefly. I apologize for doing our business over the air, but I have to send Andrew a message quietly over text message in order to make sure he's got the number for our guest who we will be calling in just a couple of minutes. I know it's a Wednesday that feels like a Friday because I've been out trying to fix a fence that was falling down for the last hour and a half. On a beautiful hot day, I might add. But Tiffany's number is in your text message as we speak, Andrew. So maybe we'll be able to pull this show together. A couple of things I want to point out. As we were going off the air last night, as we were wrapping up last night, we got a message from the media. CNN was reporting that Joe Biden had blamed his brain fart at the debate on his travel. That's exactly what he said. And it was reported on CNN as we were finishing up last night, as we were wrapping up.
Apparently, the president apologized to everyone in the room, saying this is not an excuse, but it is an explanation. And he blamed the extensive foreign travel that he did in the lead up to the CNN debate for his poor performance. Just a reminder for everyone, he did go to France for the D-Day anniversary, and then he turned right back around and went to Italy for the G7 summit. And he told the room, I didn't listen to my staff. So the suggestion there being his staff did not think this was a good idea. And then he apparently said, I almost fell asleep on stage. I just want to unpack this new explanation for a second, as the explanation for why his debate performance was so bad. I find it a little bit puzzling, and frankly, I'm not sure that a lot of people are going to find this reassuring. If anything, some folks might hear this and be even more concerned. Yes, there were 2 foreign trips in the lead up to the June 27th CNN debate, but he returned from Italy on June 15th. The debate, again, was on June 27th. So we're talking about roughly 12 days in between when he was back in the States. And remember, a part of those 12 days, about a full week, he actually spent with his advisors at Camp David for the sole purpose of really focusing on debate prep. So why is the president falling asleep on the debate stage at the hours of 9 p.m. to 10:30?
That's a good question. Why is the president falling asleep? Why is he saying that his travel schedule, which he had over a week to recover from whatever he had in terms of jet lag, why is he saying that his travel schedule is the problem? Why aren't they being honest with us? CNN actually had this. That was last night. This morning, they invited another Democrat on the show, this guy Maxwell, Representative Maxwell, and asked him if he had a problem with this. Do you have a problem with Joe Biden telling everybody that he was falling asleep on the debate stage, that it was his international travel that made him sleepy?
President Biden had just told donors that he nearly fell asleep on stage during Thursday's debate because of all of his international travel. Does that raise any concerns for you?
Yeah, well, I just read about that like everybody else. I know this is, hearsay or could have been paraphrased from people in the room, so unsure exactly what he said. But, the president does do a lot of travel. I mean, he was traveling, crisscrossing the entire world, then going right to Camp David, obviously prior to the debate. So we want to hear more about what he said.
Yeah, we'll want to hear more about what he said. We'll want to hear more about what he said. This guy is saying, well, this is unconfirmed. No, we have confirmation. CNN doesn't go on the air with anti-Joe Biden stuff unless they've confirmed it a couple different places. And the New York Times and the Washington Post are supporting this too. He's telling people that he was falling asleep because he was traveling. It's very disturbing. It's very nerve-wracking. I understand we're trying to reach our guest from Moms for Liberty, and maybe we have a mistake. Andrew, there's a possibility that she's calling us as well. So keep your eyes open on the phones. Yes,
I'll be waiting.
Sorry, you're waiting?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'll just wait for her to call.
Okay. You're more caffeinated than I am today, Andrew. I just want you to be aware of that. And we were waiting for our guest this hour from Moms for Liberty, and there was big news, and I thought we should talk about it. This is a big stinking deal with Moms for Liberty, and what has happened. They have temporarily halted Joe Biden's efforts to put boys into girls' sports. Let's just put it that way. That's what the effort is, to try and put boys who think they're girls into women's sports. And we're all about sexual segregation. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Let's figure. We could take a break here, could we not, and then come back and triple check on our guest.
Yes.
I will take the heat on this one because I didn't get you all the information early enough. But from Southwest Legal Foundation, we should have our friend from Moms for Liberty coming up just around the corner. It's Michael Pelka in for Rich Zeoli on the Zeoli Show. A little bit of a train wreck this hour on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kale and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
It is 3:38. Michael Pelkin for Rich Zioli, and we have righted the ship. And I have, as captain of this ship, we have pulled it away from the rocks. That was close, and I think we're back on track. I'm sorry, Andrew. I made your life miserable. It's a fire drill in this first hour. I promise you, we'll get back on track. But I'm very excited because earlier today I got a message from my friend Jenny who said, hey, Moms for Liberty and Young America's Freedom just scored a major win against Biden's attempts to change Title IX. And Title IX, for those of you that don't know, Title IX is what really has given life to so many women's sports around the country. It basically meant or said that if a school was going to spend money on boys' sports or men's sports, they also had to put money into a pot for women so that women and girls could have the same opportunities. And over the couple of decades of Title IX, we have seen an explosion in participation in sports, and we know what participating in sports does for young people. Keeps them out of trouble. Aside from all the physical benefits, aside from the things you learn from being part of a team, it keeps them out of trouble. So when I heard that the Biden Foundation was going like totally woke, man, and they were going to go after the Title IX, I said, oh no. But thank God Moms for Liberty jumped in on this. Thank God Moms for Liberty said, hey, hang on a second here. Hang on. Just a cotton-picking... Are we allowed to say cotton-picking? Did we find that out, Andrew? Are we allowed to say cotton-picking? Can we double... Because, I don't want to be accused. There's a list somewhere of the language that we can and cannot use. And I know we're not allowed to say picnic anymore, because that, I guess that has like some sort of racist overtones somewhere, which I don't understand why or how, because a picnic used to be a really good thing to be a part of. So I don't fully get it, but I just want to make sure. But anyway, back to the subject at hand. So Moms for Liberty is absolutely, positively ebullient, which is the SAT word of the hour this hour. And, Tiffany is joining us right now. Tiffany Justice joining us to discuss the big news. I don't want to steal all your thunder, Tiffany, but I'm glad you're here. Welcome to the program.
I think you're doing a great job. I'm thrilled to be here with you today and to talk about Title IX. But you're right. It was a 50-year-old rule that was created to ensure that women had equal opportunities in education and sports. And somehow, for some reason, the Biden administration thinks that they can use America's public schools to change the culture and the fabric of our country. And moms and dads across America are saying, no, we don't really want our kids to be little activists, little social justice warriors. We could just like them to learn to read, write, and do math. And so we pushed back, and we pushed back hard. We had 4 moms that came forward as plaintiffs in this suit that Southeastern Legal Foundation represented us in against the Biden administration with the Kansas, Alaska, Utah, Wyoming, and Young America's Foundation. And we said, you will not compel our children to lie at school. We will not force our kids to call a man a woman or a woman a man. And we don't want any secrets being kept from our kids. And we don't want boys on girls sports teams or boys in girls private spaces. And the Judge John Brooms, in the 10th. And yesterday we won. We got a preliminary injunction that covers those 4 states and covers any school where a Moms for Liberty member's child attends or Young America's Foundation member attends. And this is a wonderful step forward. So until July 15th, if people want your school to be covered, go join Moms for Liberty. Go to momsforliberty.org, click join as a member, and then we can make sure that your child's school also rejects these new regulations.
See, this is really important. What happened in this initial ruling is only for the people who stood up and raised their hands. But you're saying that if we get other parents to raise their hands from, say, here or California or Florida or any place that wants to prevent this change to Title IX, which would effectively push boys and men into women's sports, something which is just absolutely absurd to me, that we can do it. We have until July 15th to get this done?
Yeah, absolutely. So, in California, they think that they're writing all these laws that are negating parental rights. They want to be a sanctuary state so that, your kids can run away there and they're going to pay for gender transition surgeries. But this this ruling will protect your child's school from Title IX. So if you're in California and you're like, oh my gosh, my state is out of control and my governor's crazy, because Gavin Newsom is, and they're passing all these wild rules by perverts like Anthony Weiner, and he's a state senator in California who's also insane. If you haven't heard of him, look him up. If your kid goes to a school and you're a member of Moms for Liberty, that school can't put Title IX into effect. And so, yeah, this is a great opportunity for anyone that doesn't want Title IX to happen in their child's school to become a member of Moms for Liberty. And people can text Liberty to 53445. So you put in your phone 53445 and then text the word Liberty, and you'll get a notification that will allow you to join as a member. And it's as easy as that.
So I'm a little confused here. I want to make sure I got the clarity on this. We believe Title IX was important to empowering girls, young girls, and women in sports and in grammar school, high school, and colleges. And this ruling, though, doesn't block Title IX. It just blocks the Biden administration's changes to Title IX.
That's correct. On April 19th, the Biden administration put out new regulations to Title IX where they wanted to redefine sex to include gender identity and sexual orientation. This is a radical change that, first of all, the Department of Education doesn't have the authority to do. They can't just redefine terms in a law that was passed by Congress. And so they're way out of bounds here. The judge in this case said that they were. There are 4 other federal judges from different district courts that have said that, in fact, the Biden administration is out of their mind. We'll see what they do here. I don't know that they're going to roll back these regulations because it's kind of their pet project and they're intent on trying to change America and destroy it, basically. But that's just to say that the majority of Americans are with us on this issue, and we are fighting back at every single turn.
Well, I think we're seeing not just the majority of Americans, but we're also seeing organizations around the world like the Olympics saying, we want men to compete against men and women to compete against women. We don't want men competing against women pretending to be women. So it seems like common sense is making a comeback, and to me, it seems like we shouldn't have to fight for common sense, Tiffany Justice. It seems like that should be the rule, not the exception, and yet here we are. Since this ruling yesterday, and I know you're doing a little media push on it, I'm happy for us to be a part of it. Do you have any update on how many other moms or people from other states have raised their hand and said, we want to be part of this?
No, I mean, we've been pushing for our growth and membership over the past few months, and so that's a blessing here because all of those people will be protected. But no, I mean, in the last 24 hours, we've had thousands of signups, and we're just really excited that Moms for Liberty can bring such value to the American people. We were started with $500. Tina Deskovich and I are the co-founders. Started in Tina's back bedroom. We ordered some T-shirts that said we do not co-parent with the government, and then we just started to grow. And moms really needed an outlet. They needed a way to find each other. They needed a way to fight for liberty together and to be educated on issues. And so we just continue to build out the organization to be able to support our membership. It's free to join, doesn't cost you anything. Go to momsforliberty.org, click to start a chapter, text 53445, text Liberty. You can join as a national member, and then we're sorting out what the details are going to look like, how you're going to be notifying your school that you're a member of our organization and that they can't put Title IX into effect in your school. But we'll figure those details out. It's just amazing to get this ruling, and we're very, very thankful that we've been blessed with the opportunity to really fight to save America.
Well, it's great to have the groups like SLF, is it Southeastern Legal Foundation? Yeah, Southeastern Legal Foundation, who stepped up, and they do pro bono work on stuff like this, correct?
They do, and that's the other message I have for the American people. There are amazing conservative public interest law firms like Southeastern Legal Foundation, Mountain State Legal Foundation, who are part of this case. Alliance Defending Freedom is another one. Institute for Free Speech has been so helpful. These amazing law firms have funders. They are funded privately, right? They have funders who give them the money to run. They are public interest law firms. They do this work for free for us, and honestly, just what a blessing. We would never be able to afford, how do you afford, and how do you even begin, right, to follow a lawsuit against the Biden administration, but to have the help of these amazing people who are moms and dads themselves, by the way, right? They're in this fight with us, shoulder to shoulder. The woman that we work with at Southeastern Legal, her name is Kim Herman. She's a member of our organization. She's one of us. We are Moms for Liberty. It's a pretty incredible thing to be a part of.
This is an amazing story. We're talking with Tiffany Justice from Moms for Liberty about their victory, but it's only covering Kansas, Alaska, Utah, and Wyoming, and this prevents the schools in those states that have a member of Moms for Liberty from putting in the new changes the Biden administration is trying to force on Title IX, which it's just madness if you step back from it and you go crazy. How are we allowing this to happen? So if you're worried about it happening in your kid's school, all you have to do is go to momsforliberty.org, and you can start a chapter, you can sign up, you can become involved. It is grassroots that's going to make the changes happen. We've seen just with people like Scott Pressler and the voter registration successes he's had, how change is brought about on a local level. But at this point, we're now seeing with just 4 states, it's starting to break nationally. And I would love to hear that this is in more than 4 states. I'd love to hear that it's in 40 states. Go ahead.
So I want to be clear. I want to be clear and say there are other states that are covered by different wins. This is the 5th win by state. So go to momsforliberty.org, that webpage, and go to our Title IX resource page. What you can find there is all of the answers to your questions. Honestly, there's a fact sheet about Title IX, the changes that the Biden administration wants to do. There are letters from state superintendents that they've sent out to school districts about the rule. And then there are the different lawsuits that have been filed and the different orders that have been filed because of those lawsuits now, these preliminary injunction orders. So go and check out and see if your state is covered. If it's not covered, join Moms for Liberty. We'll try to help to protect your kids in school, too.
Now, how many kids do you have, Tiffany?
Me, I have 4. I've got 19, 16, 14, and 12.
19. You have someone who's voting.
I do. She's very excited to vote. She's very concerned about the future of America. I think a lot of kids that age are very concerned that this idea of upward mobility, being able to make something of yourself in America, is slipping out of their grasp, being able to buy a house, to have a job, to be able to afford to even pay rent. And so my daughter and her friends are super excited to vote this time. And I'll tell you what, they will be voting for President Trump. There is no doubt in my mind.
Well, that's great news. I can't thank you enough. Your energy is obvious and it's boundless, and I think it's a blessing for everybody who doesn't have the energy to get up and stand up. But Moms for Liberty and Young America's Foundation and people like Southeast Legal Foundation and Mountain States Legal Foundation that are representing these moms are a godsend to making sure sanity returns, not just to our schools, but to the playing fields where the kids are just trying to get out there and compete and not have to have indoctrination shoved in their faces at every turn. Tiffany Justice, I hope you will check back in and say, hey, we went from 4 states to 14 or 24 or 40 states and eventually 50. I think you're on a really good path, and God bless you for this. This is very important work.
Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. Happy July 4th, sir. Happy
July 4th. Thank you. Thank you. Tiffany Justice. Boy, does she have the right name, doesn't she, Andrew? It sounds like we cast her in this role and gave her that name. She's Tiffany Justice, warrior for freedom.
It fits pretty well. I would definitely say it fits pretty well.
Oh, man. Your child, your oldest, is, what, almost 2, right?
Almost 2, yep.
So you don't have to worry about the wokeness in the school just yet.
Not quite. But like I said yesterday, we were talking about, homeschooling or doing, trying to figure out what we're going to do. We still gotta plan it out and see what we think is best. So,
well, I'm glad to see groups like Moms for Liberty are in existence, and they're out there representing so many people that don't have time or money to get out there and do this. MomsForLiberty.org, an organization that's doing incredible work to fight back against the government. And I love all these legal orgs that are out there putting up their time pro bono to make sure 4 states, it's only 4 states we have this victory. And I hope Pennsylvania gets added to there soon. Thank you, Moms for Liberty. Now, what's on the agenda? What's coming up just around the corner? In the next hour, I want to break down some of the things that we heard today out of the press secretary, because as crazy as yesterday's press briefing was, today's also fell off the rails again, and it's all about not telling us the truth. And then I mentioned that we're going to have Gordon Chang in here at 6 o'clock sharp. He's going to be here. He told me 6 o'clock sharp he'll be here to tell us what the heck happened in the last 24 hours. As Joe Biden is diminishing in front of the world, we're starting to see our enemies taking advantage of our weakness. And that's troubling, especially ahead of Independence Day. I've got a bunch of crazy stories that sound like they're Friday stories. And since today is starting to feel more and more like a Friday, we're going to do a little bit of that Friday-luia feeling on the show today and share some of those stories with you as well. Crazy stuff. Crazy things that you shake your head and say, that can't be real. And yet it is. And since Kamala Harris now appears to be in a stronger position than she was yesterday, and I'm talking about stronger in terms of the chance that she might replace Joe Biden on the ticket is growing more and more real by the hour. Well, we've put together a special tape with some of Kamala's magic moments, and we'll share that with you as well. It's going to be a fun rest of the show. We got 3 more hours to get to, including Dr. Roizen, who's about to come unglued over what we are not doing to figure out what's wrong with Joe Biden. It's Mike Opelka in for Rich Zeoli on The Zeoli Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Well, next time you go to the bank, you might think you took a wrong turn and wound up in Starbucks instead, because banks are gut remodeling as they bank on getting you comfortable.
The
banks are taking cues from the coffee shops, from the hotel lobbies.
Kai Olson, Interior Design Director at design firm HOK.
The places where people feel are enjoyable outside of the workplace or their home.
Olson says as we do more of our transactional banking, like making deposits online, banks are trying to lure us in to sell us other services instead.
Draw people in to, provide more advisory services.
Services like mortgage loans and financial planning, things we're more likely to accept in a friendly lounge or cafe-like environment.
I think that these spaces are starting to drive that engagement that they're looking for.
And Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, among those giving their branches makeovers. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in, and you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high, it's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia's white-collar workers union is suing to stop Mayor Parker's mandate for all city workers return to the office full-time. Donald Trump's sentencing for his hush money case has been pushed back to September 18th, and the FDA has approved a second Alzheimer's drug that can slow the disease.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio, now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The NLS Braille and Audio Reading Download Service gives patrons with visual impairments or physical limitations the freedom to read their way.
Barge is this beautiful web-based program for searching for books and for the ability to download them.
It's a great way to have a book with you without carrying a book.
For information about the National Library Service for the Blind and Physically Handicapped, Library of Congress, visit loc.gov/thatallmayread.
I'm Monica Ricks. The White House just spent a second day doing damage control for President Biden in response to last week's debate. Correspondent Linda Kenyon.
At the White House press briefing, this question was posed by CBS News.
Is President Biden considering stepping down?
Absolutely not. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was also asked, is the president clear-eyed about what it takes to stay in this race and what it takes to get out?
The president is clear-eyed, and he is staying in the race.
Adding he's also promoting his presidential accomplishments while looking ahead toward furthering his agenda.
Airports are closed and a nationwide curfew is in place in Jamaica now as Hurricane Beryl continues its trek across the Caribbean. National Hurricane Center Director Mike Brennan is tracking it.
Not as well defined of an eye as we saw yesterday, but still an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 145 miles per hour moving off to the west-northwest.
He also says Beryl's shifting and could make landfall in Mexico early next week, which means Texas is now preparing for possible flooding. Traffic is picking up for the 4th, with AAA predicting about 71 million Americans will travel somewhere for the holiday. CBS News Boston reporter Penny Commit is at Logan Airport.
The roads on Sunday, though, really where we're going to see the most major headaches, especially the hours AAA says between 2 and 7 p.m. So if you're driving this weekend, honestly, if you can, maybe leave Saturday.
Gas prices are averaging about $3.51 a gallon nationwide. On New York's Coney Island, professional eaters are getting those guts ready.
Welcome to the Nathan's Famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest weigh-in.
15 men and 14 women will compete for that coveted yellow mustard belt tomorrow. Defending champ Joey Chestnut will be MIA, though. He's been banned from the contest for promoting a vegan brand. Don't eat too much on the 4th either. A new study shows popular weight loss drugs could affect your eyesight.
The study from researchers at Mass General Brigham finds the risk is greater for those taking the diabetes and weight loss drugs Wegovy and Ozempic. A stroke of the optic nerve can lead to blindness. Researchers say there's no evidence the medications cause the condition, but that patients taking the drugs face a greater risk of developing it.
That's CBS's Wendy Gillette.
On the road again.
Willie Nelson will be on the road again and back on stage for the 4th of July after scrapping a bunch of shows last month. The 91-year-old was sick, but never said what kind of illness he was battling. The country icon's big return happening at the Outlaw Music Festival in New Jersey. It's the first time in 14 years the event will be held outside of Texas. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC+. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
WPHT, WPHT, HD, WOGL, HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The revolution will be broadcast. This is the next generation of talk. Now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Rich Zeoli.
It is Rich Zeoli's show. Mike Opelka sitting in once more today as we do our ramp up to the Independence Day weekend. Some people have already begun, as was evidenced on the road today when I was headed out this afternoon, headed to my little studio, and the roads were jammed. And earlier I noticed the grocery stores were jammed and the farmer's market by me, the one that I always go to. We got a little family farmer's market. I'm sure you have a favorite one too. I encourage you to patronize farmer's markets, especially the local ones in your community, because those are local businesses. And when you put money into them, guess what? The money stays in the community. And use cash when you can. The one by me has been in the family for forever and ever and ever. And it's less than a mile from our house, and I make a point of going there several times a week, not just because they have the freshest produce, but they also have 2 pigs, and they're little piglets, Hank and Vinny. And I go and get my produce. I get my fresh mozzarella. They have the best mozzarella. I bought a bag of peaches today that I just want to start jumping into. I know I'd make a mess of myself here. They're so juicy. And the cantaloupes from New Jersey are in. There was a big sign, so I came and got some cantaloupes. So patronize your local farm stands. And if you're near me, if you're in North Wilmington, go visit my friends and see Hank and Vinny and scratch the pigs. They like a good scratch. Who doesn't like a good scratch on their belly? Hank and Vinny, the little piglets at Marini's farm stand. If you're in North Wilmington, you know what I'm talking about. They're good people. And your farm stand is probably worth a mention, too. 855-839-1210. Joe Biden, are you excited about all the talk that Kamala Harris might be replacing you on the ticket?
I quite frankly think it's not only outrageous, it's really stupid.
So you're not a fan. You're not a fan of that idea. Okay. Well, we're waiting to see what the outcome's going to be of the big meeting today. There was a press briefing that just happened. We're going to kind of mingle with yesterday's press clips and today's press clips and see if we can sniff out a trend with cringe. KJP. The big meeting today happens pretty much as the show is wrapping up. After 6 today, you're going to have the Democratic governors, many who have flown in from halfway across the country, or in the case of Gavin Newsom, he's flown in from California to be here for this big meeting to look Joe Biden in the eyes. And I guess we presume they're going to be deciding whether or not they can be giving him a full-throated support. Some of these governors are facing election. And if the guy at the top of the ticket is generally considered not to have a functioning brain, there are a certain number of voters who are going to shy away from voting for other members of that party, because if you're not honest with the people, if you can't tell us the truth about your party leader, how can we trust any of you? That's kind of where this goes, right? It's kind of what I'm feeling. And yesterday we dived into the presser just a little bit, and we played a couple of clips from yesterday's presser, and there are some very frustrating statements that we'll have to play them. I want to grab a call early, though. Do we still have Trent from Yardley, PA, join us? Hey, let's say hi to Trent. Hey, Trent, welcome to the program. Happy 4th.
Hey, happy 4th to you as well. I am so excited. I was just reading some of the retruths that President Trump's been sending out about military tribunals for treason, which means execution. I think that's just great. I can't wait to see that happen to so many former officials. Don't you?
I don't think that's going to happen. I smell your sarcasm a mile away, Trent.
Are you saying he's joking? Or was it taken out of context?
Well, it may have been. They might be cheap fakes.
No, which was it? He sent them out.
I didn't read them, so I'm only taking
you only read
your.
We'll go to his Truth Social account.
I might be a little busy right now. Trent, I might be a little busy right now.
Yeah, you only have a political show. You shouldn't follow on these things.
No, I do follow these things. But you're obviously a guy who's got you're obviously a guy who's got a bone to pick with Donald Trump. You probably believe he actually said he wants to be a dictator on day one, and you think he meant he wanted to be a dictator on day one.
I know, he was just kidding. Who doesn't joke about stuff like that? Just like military tribunals. Everyone jokes about that.
What he said about dictator on day one, and then he qualified it by saying about drilling and closing the border. That's what he said. I'm going to dictate that we drill, baby, drill, and that we close the border, which I think would be both of those would be a good idea, because Joe Biden acted like a dictator when he wrote a bunch of executive orders that shut down our energy dominance. I'm speaking. Shut down our energy dominance.
Yeah, but you're speaking nonsense.
What?
You're speaking nonsense. Biden's the worst, so you don't have to go down that path. Biden sucks. No. We know that.
So who? Let me ask you a question here, Trent. Who would you like to see as your nominee?
At this point, the Democrats could nominate a bag of dirt, and we should all be voting for the bag of dirt. You'd have to be on crack to vote for a wannabe authoritarian.
So you'd have to be Hunter to vote for.
Yes, you'd have to be Hunter. That's right. Hunter's a complete crackhead, and it's a joke that he's consulting with his father. I agree.
But you have no interest. No, I'm asking you. No. Turn him down. I'm just keep his pot down. I'm gonna ask Trent a question. And Trent, if you can't answer the question, we're gonna agree to go away. You obviously don't like Donald Trump. You obviously don't think he should be president. You also have said you don't like Joe Biden. And that's okay. But what I would like to know is if you don't want to vote for Donald Trump, it is an absolute silly thing to say. I was going to say something worse, an insult, but I don't want to do that because I don't know you. You don't sound like you're a dumb guy. You sound like you're a guy who has a political opinion that's different than mine, and you want to take the country a different direction. But I would like to know, and here's my question, and if you don't want to answer the question, you can just stay silent, and then we'll hang up and part ways. If Joe Biden is not your candidate, who should be the Democrat candidate? And you can even name a ticket, president and vice president. If you don't want Joe Biden, who do you want to be the Democrat candidate for November 5th's election? Okay, Trent, the floor is yours.
If it's Trump, running against Trump, it could be my 5-year-old nephew. I don't care.
Well, that's not serious because your 5-year-old nephew can't run.
You're missing the point.
No, I'm not. You're missing the point. Thank you. Goodbye.
Really?
Goodbye. This is the problem with the rabid left. They hate Trump so much that they're blinded by the rage. They can't stand the thought of Donald Trump returning and allowing capitalism to surge again. They can't stand the thought of Donald Trump returning and the United States of America recognizing that there are men and there are women and then there are people that have problems. They can't stand the thought of America leading the world. They want this one world society. They can't stand the thought of families having a mom and a dad. They can't stand that thought. They can't stand the thought of the unborn being protected. They can't stand that thought. So when they face the reality that Donald Trump just might have this kind of massive victory, if we don't screw it up, which, we sometimes can snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. It's been seen before. We were told we were going to get a red wave in the midterms last time, and we managed to mess that up. But the left is so triggered by the thought of President Trump, they are doing everything to distract from their own candidate who has been failing for so long. And we've been talking about it. As a matter of fact, I think I have it here. If I have it here, I will play it for you. It was actually years ago that a fine reporter, a guy who I respect so much, his name is James Rosen. He currently works at Newsmax. James Rosen, he's written some great books as well, Supreme Court Justice books. I think the Alito one is my favorite. James Rosen, who's on Twitter X at James Rosen TV. This was January 19th of 2022. January 19th of 2022. So we're talking over 2 years ago. We're almost 2.5 years on this. And James Rosen was allowed to stand up in a Biden news conference on the 1-year anniversary of Joe Biden being president and ask a question. This is back in the days when you had to wear a mask in the press room in the White House, even though they all knew masks didn't work. But they wanted to exert control because that's what these power-hungry, crazed Democrats want to do. They want to have everybody under their thumb. So I'm transporting us all back to January 19th of 2022. And James Rosen got called on by Joe Biden in the press briefing.
Yes.
Thank you very much for this honor. James Rosen with Newsmax. I'd like to raise a delicate subject, but with utmost respect for your life accomplishments and the high office you hold. A poll released this morning by Politico Morning Consult found 49% of registered voters disagreeing with the statement, Joe Biden is mentally fit. Not even a majority of Democrats who responded strongly affirmed that statement.
Well, I'll let you all make the judgment whether they're correct.
Well, so the question I have for you, sir, if you'd let me finish.
Now, I'm pausing this because two things are going on. I want everyone to realize this is over 2 years ago. 2 years ago. And James Rosen is asking a question, couldn't be in a more polite way. This is how Rosen operates. He is one of the more proper and polite guys. He is a real journalist. And he's asking a question of Joe Biden based on facts of a recent survey that shows there are serious concerns about this guy's cognitive ability and the job he has. Let's let James Rosen finish his question. He asks Biden if he can be respectfully allowed to finish it.
If you'd let me finish, is why do you suppose such large segments of the American electorate have come to harbor such profound concerns about your cognitive fitness? Thank you.
So there's the question. Asked in a very polite manner, using a factual basis to set it up, to stage the question, using actual data from the last day or two, asking the question, why do you think so many of the American people think your brain is broken? I paraphrase. What do you think Joe Biden said? What do you think his answer was? Here's the answer.
I have no idea. Yes, sir.
And he went on, I have no idea. Well, maybe it's because you've exhibited that right then and there. It's terrible. Now, I will look at Truth Social during the commercial break. I will go back and see if Donald Trump said something, and I'm dubious of what Trent was saying about these military tribunals, and I don't think Donald Trump is going to seriously put people on military tribunals and execute them. This is what the left likes to do. They like to have this hyperbolic reaction. They light their hair on fire and run around and going, Orange man bad, Orange man bad. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. You look silly. You look crazy. If you don't have a candidate, sit this one out. Maybe that's the answer. Trump had a successful presidency, and then all the while the left was attacking him. Russia, 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 Crossfire Hurricane, all of the stuff, Hillary funding the Steele dossier. I could go on and on and on. He was fighting the swamp, trying to drain it, got some of it drained, all the while bringing American economy back. And then we got hit by a Chinese virus that we may or may not have funded the development of it through gain of function. Thank you, Anthony Fauci. And now he's back. And so they tried to put lawfare on him to keep him out of this race. And the Democrats thought they had won. With all the cases, they were popping up like whack-a-mole. It was like illegal whack-a-mole going after Donald Trump. And they look like they haven't succeeded. Yes, he was found guilty in the bookkeeping case in Manhattan, but everybody with a brain believes that case is going to get thrown out because we all know it was a giant setup. Everybody. And so people are freaking out because they don't have a candidate out there saying, here's what I'm going to do to fix America. All they're saying is orange man bad. And then Joe Biden yesterday with the orange thing he did. Yeah, I know. He's even plagiarizing Donald Trump's look. Anyway, that's where I stand on that. But I will look at the truth. So I think it's not serious. Trenton, I don't think you are serious either. I'm sorry you're so angry about everything. The phones are lighting up. I'll get to the phones. I have to take a quick break. It's 4:20, dude. It's Mike Opelka on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
The forecast for hot summer weather should come as no surprise. And the forecast for high energy costs shouldn't either. PJ Fitzpatrick has a great plan to cool your electric bill. Replace your leaky old windows with energy efficient and budget friendly insulated windows. The PJ Fitzpatrick team, voted best of Philly, has replaced hundreds of thousands of windows. And they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Call today and save thousands on your windows and electric bill. Visit trustpj.com today for a free window consultation.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
It is 4:24 on this fantastic Wednesday that feels like a Friday. It's Independence Day Eve. Mike Opelka in for Rich Zioli. Got to do a little cleanup here on aisle 5. Throwing the Bravo Sierra flag on a gentleman that called just a short time ago saying Donald Trump is calling for military tribunals on Truth Social. No, that's not true. That is not true. That is patently false. Now, Donald Trump did amplify someone else's post, which happened to call for military tribunals on, or a tribunal on Liz Cheney. And the post also, not Trump's post, called for the jailing of top elected officials, including President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. The post that was not written by Donald Trump, so that's fake news. Elizabeth Cheney is guilty of treason, one post said. Trump amplified it, which I guess is like reposting it. Maybe shouldn't have done that, maybe not. Cheney responded on Twitter, Donald, this is the type of thing that demonstrates yet again that you are not a stable adult and not fit for office, said the woman who was voted out by the people she thought she served. They tossed her out, and Harriet Hageman is doing an incredible job in her stead. Another post Donald Trump amplified on Sunday includes pictures of 15 former and current elected officials and says they should be going to jail on Monday, not Steve Bannon. Now, Steve Bannon went to jail because he didn't submit to a subpoena from Congress on January 6th, just like Dr. Peter Navarro. And Merrick Garland's still a free man, even though he kind of treated a subpoena from Congress the same way Steve Bannon did. But, you know, when you run the DOJ, you're allowed to do that kind of a thing. And it does show there are two systems of justice in this country. Those with the D get one, those with an R get another. There was a funny sign outside of the prison where Steve Bannon was turning himself in. I kind of laughed at it. And Bannon says he's going to come out of this better than he is when he went in. He probably will. And I'm not the biggest Steve Bannon fan. But I think he's right on this one. Especially the way that committee was set up and now has been proven by the BLAG, the legal group, the bipartisan legal group out of the House, that shows that this whole January 6th thing truly was a Soviet-style kangaroo court. Show me the man and I'll find the crime, and then we'll burn whatever we have as evidence so you don't get to see it. That's what happened. And Kinzinger and Cheney are appropriately booted from Congress by the voters, I might add. By the voters. So anyway, I did look it up. Trump didn't write it. Trump didn't call for it. Should he have highlighted it? It's his call. Should you get this mad about it? You're free to do that. It's your call. I think you're wasting a beautiful day. All right, I promised I'd go to the phone, so let's go to the phones. Let's check in with Terry in Broomall. Hello, Terry.
Michael, thanks for taking my call.
Of course, sir.
I heard two things I got to ask you today, and I'll be quick. Karen Jean-Pierre was on, Karine Jean-Pierre was on, had a White House briefing.
Yeah.
And she made the statement that the Biden-Harris administration
yes.
just
go ahead.
Just
go ahead.
approved more money for Ukraine today. And I had never heard that in my life. Have you?
You mean the reference to the Biden-Harris administration or the approval of more money for Ukraine? Because that's like a weekly thing, it seems.
Yeah, but it's always the president is sending more money to Ukraine. The president. Now all of a sudden it's the Biden-Harris administration.
Well, Terry, listen to this, because this also happened at the same press briefing. It's very quick, though. Pay attention. Here you go.
One of the reasons why he picked the vice president, President Kamala Harris, is because she is indeed the future of the party.
She said why he picked the vice president, President Kamala Harris.
Excuse me.
Hello?
I missed that part. Okay.
Yeah.
But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I had never heard that.
They're transitioning. They're transitioning. And today, Kamala was present in the president's daily briefing. And I don't know how many times that's happened in the past. I've asked a friend of mine who monitors such things if he can see if there's a count on that. Because usually the PDB is the president. And maybe someone else from the intelligence agencies. Our friend Buck Sexton actually directed the PDB twice when he was an intelligence officer in the CIA. So he knows of these things. But I'm waiting to see. But it seems funny to me how coincidental, and there are no coincidences, Terry, that suddenly KJP would talk about President Kamala Harris, and Kamala was in the PDB today.
I know. I thought it was funny. But look, one more thing.
Yeah.
Biden was talking about climate yesterday.
Yes, he was.
The temperatures. And he said something, you may have missed it, but he said something in Delaware, when it gets to 90, they're going to stop all outside activities like baseball, football, golf. So that's all you got to look forward to.
Well, there was a real interest. I watched that entire thing, and that was a 9-minute and 50-second address from the FEMA emergency office, and he used a teleprompter. And the day before, when he was talking about the Supreme Court decision, which the left is now saying is the most important and consequential Supreme Court decision of our lifetimes, that address was 4 minutes and 50 seconds. So the weather was twice as important for him than the Supreme Court decision. I just want to point that out to everybody who's keeping score.
I agree. That's pretty good. Well, look, you have a good 4th of July, and thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Terry. Let's go to Michael in Delaware. Michael in Delaware. Hello, sir.
Hey, thanks for having the call. Listen, I think there are a couple of, when we look back years from now and say what happened in the past few weeks, and everyone seems to be focused on the debate. You had the Supreme Court decision, which is a pretty big thing, and something that's not really talked about, but you're starting to see it being leaked out online, is that Democrats have done a lot of polling since the debate. There are polls now that show that New Mexico is a dead heat. New Jersey, Trump's up by 2. Trump's up in New Hampshire by 4. And the way this all nets out is Kamala Harris is going to be president probably within a week, because as a president, she has many more powers and advantages to run for president that is a vice president in standing. And I think if Biden's going to be pushed out, the way to do it is he'll just say, look, for health reasons, I've got grandchildren. You negotiate all the terms right now, but he's clearly not going to make it to next January. And so if you just are playing purely on the political question, you're on the Democrat side, Kamala Harris as president, she'll be sworn in. There's a lot of good video footage there. She'll be the first woman black president. There's a lot of video footage for there. She'll make history just by doing that. She has Air Force One. She has the White House. She has the Oval Office. She has all of those advantages that she can use as President Harris running for office than as vice president in standing. Secondly, if that's the case, and I think that is, Gavin Newsom won't play a role in the ticket because in the 12th Amendment says you can't have a vice president and a president from the same state where the electors voting. The Democrats couldn't win the presidency with giving up California's electoral college votes. So then it's Harris, and then who else will he choose? And I think you see names floated out there, Bashir from Kentucky, a mature, stable governor from a southern state. And I think that's probably what you're going to see. And if you're going to rip the bandage off of the wound, or whatever that phrase is, you're going to do it all at once. You're not going to have Biden become a lame duck president and a vice president in standing running as a candidate, and then have Air Force One sitting on the tarmac. So I think this happens quickly.
I agree with you. I think time is a waste, and they're worried we're 124 days away from the election. But let me throw a couple of things at you, Michael. Number one, the state thing, the 12th Amendment thing you're quoting, doesn't matter. When Dick Cheney and George Bush ran, Cheney was also a Texas resident. He merely switched his voter registration to Wyoming. And you could do it.
He already owned a home in Wyoming.
That's not a problem. You don't even have to own a home. You could go and say I'm switching my residency. You can do it the day before you're sworn in. You don't even have to wait. You don't have to do it before the election. So that's a moot point. But I don't think they'd pick two Californians to be on the ticket because Kamala and Newsom would be. I think you're more likely to see Kamala and Shapiro, or Kamala and, as you mentioned, Governor Bashir. And those would be possibilities. But yeah, you're right. I think that they're hearing the clock ticking right now, and it really is disturbing to them. And it should be disturbing to us as well.
Yeah, but just think of it. Just think of the inauguration with the Chief Justice, and she's getting sworn in, and the video footage. I mean, that's powerful stuff.
No, you got to say it. You got to say it like Joe Biden would say. That's a storybook, man.
That is a storybook, man. And I think that can get Democrats excited. If you lay the electoral college map over what the current polls show, it shows that Trump right now would get north of 350 electoral college votes, and Biden would get below 200, and he has no path forward to reverse that.
Yeah, so and that's what they're looking at. But Biden has already I think I played this yesterday or Tuesday or Monday. Biden has already told us what would happen when he was being interviewed before he and Kamala were sworn in. And somebody said, well, what's going to happen if you guys disagree on stuff? And he said what he said when he was the vice president under Obama. He said this.
I'll develop some disease and say I have to resign.
He's already had it in his head for 7 years. So that already exists. So we're already there.
So I don't think we should be surprised if you see President Harris before the end of this month.
Well, yeah, because then they want to check that box because my wife and I had this argument today, and because she believes they want to get the first black president, and I keep saying she's Jamaican and Indian. How do you mix those two and come up with black? Jamaican and Indian, although I guess people say she'd be the first female president of color, which is how the politically correct would call it.
Right. Score a lot of points just on that.
You check a lot of boxes. Check a lot of boxes with that one. But we all need to say our prayers tonight. And somebody else said, Rob Schneider, the comedian Rob Schneider today posted, eat your vegetables, people, don't elect them, which I think is good advice. Thank you, Michael. Say hello to Lewis, Delaware for me. Thank you. Do I have time, Andrew, to take one more call?
Go for it.
Okay, let's talk to Edward in Maryland. Hello, Edward.
Hi, Mike. Happy birthday. I think you're July 57, right?
I'm July
57. I'm July 50. I think we're the same age, like to the same month.
Okay, well,
July
happy
57.
birthday to you, too.
Yep.
I tell everybody I'm a classic 57.
Yeah. So, are you familiar with the book, The Fourth Turning?
I have heard the title. I do not know the book, I have to admit.
So we're entering the crisis period of a fourth turning, and most American. I like history. I found out about this book when I was just Googling, Google searching in 2010. So the book was written in 1997, and Neil Howe and Bill Strauss